Welcome to the signs. Today we will show you what kind of signs you should be looking for to elevate your trading skills. Just kidding, there is some disclaimer involved somewhere in there. All right, now, so let's see. The signs. Everyone has been waiting for the signs. So the topics we're going to look at are the number one, most important, trading plan. Trading plan is the most important thing you should have down right now. If you have been trading for 3 years, you don't have a trading plan, you need to get one. If you have been trading for a month or a day or a week, you don't have a trading plan, you should go get yourself a trading plan. If you are thinking about trading and you see that, okay, you know, Forex is a $5 trillion market and I can make money all day, every day. No, you need to get yourself a trading plan, right? Trading plan comes first. Don't worry, we will go over this trading plan. Next is the importance of discipline. This is kept at 15 minutes because during this whole webinar, we will be going over discipline in various stages, okay? Discipline is very important. So that's why, actually, you know what? I'm gonna save this for the last. All right, the third part is momentum plus session times. This is also very important because normally the questions I get are, what's momentum, right? How do you define momentum? How do you identify momentum, right? So how can you ride momentum, right? So momentum and session times, they go hand in hand, right? If you know what session times you are looking at or what you are trading, it can make a big difference between your success and failure in Forex. Trust me, very important. Fourth, that we're going to go over are EMA retests and wick fills, right? So this is only based on scalping, right? Some EMA retests happen on high time frames. You know, you can take an entry for a nice swing if you're aiming for the trend, right? But this is where EMA retests and wick fills, right? So, and this is very, I think this actually helped me read market structure a lot better. And as we progressed over the past months and like a year, we really innovated some new things. Like it's basically we simplified a lot of things, right? So I'm going to go over that too. The fifth is importance of discipline. Topic's so nice, you got to say it twice, right? Discipline is the most important aspect in trading. There is nothing more important than having discipline, because you have discipline in every aspect of your life. Why don't you have discipline in trading? Make sense? It has to make sense, because discipline is what's going to help you really elevate your trading. And then we're going to have the IQ test. This IQ test will differentiate between a good trader and a bad trader, a smart trader and a dumb trader, right? This IQ test is meant for everybody. Trust me, when I took this IQ test this morning, I failed this IQ test because I just included this IQ test. I failed it. So I'm not a smart person, you know. All right, now, number 7 is going to be the Q&A. So after all these topics, at the end of every topic, there's going to be a question answer, right? So at the end of every topic, you can ask questions in the chat room, right? So I'm going to read, and then we're going to answer questions. So let's continue with our trading plan. Now, I strongly recommend everybody to have notepads with them, right? If you're taking notes on a computer, on a notepad or a word pad, that's not going to cut it. It has to be in your handwriting on a notepad. It's very important. Notepad, notepad, notepad. Trading plan. Well, you cannot fail if your trading plan if you don't have one, right? Exactly. You can't fail a plan if you don't follow it. If you follow your plan, you're not going to fail at the plan. Make sense? Who are you, right? That's one thing that you need to consider whenever you sit down to trade, right? Obviously, you're coming with the intention of, like, you know, making trading your primary income or supplementing your current income with trading, right? So you need to really ask yourself, what kind of a person are you, right? Are you an impatient person? Are you an impatient person? Do you have trust issues, right? Do you have responsibilities? You have kids, you have a wife, girlfriend, you have parents to take care of, right? You need to really you need to really think about the situation you are in right now, because when you start trading from a psychological point, that okay, like let's say you are wealthy, right? Let's say you have abundance of wealth, your parents were rich, right? Let's say that you were a trust baby, right? Like a trust fund baby, and you grew up, you're like, okay, so I have all this money and now I'm going to start trading. So you start trading fearlessly, right? Because you don't have any responsibilities or you don't have anyone to take care of. But when you are somebody who has responsibilities, right? If you are working two jobs and you are taking on trading, man, there's a lot of pressure on you, right? So you need to really identify all these variables in your life. Like you really need to know like where you're coming from. Like if trading won't work for you, what are you going to do? Are you going to go back to your day job, or are you going to like, let's say if you're studying uh, engineering, right? And you want to start trading. Why would you want to give up engineering and start something which is so hard, right? Obviously you started engineering with a dream and now you're giving up on that dream and you want to start Forex because there's some other guy down the block is making millions off of Forex. Doesn't make any sense. So you really got to know where you're coming from, what your goal is. Like if you're already involved in your goal, just focus on that goal, right? It's very, very important that you know what you are and where you're coming from. What's your personality like, right? Are you impatient? Are you impatient? I said that twice, right? Okay. Or are you patient? But what it really comes down to is how much risk can you take, right? Or like a better way of saying is like, are you a positive person? Are you a negative person? All these things, they really affect your trading, right? So when you're making a trading plan, you really need to step back and think like, what type of a person are you? Because promise me, like when you start trading, when you are, let's say $20,000-$30,000 deep into trading, you spent like 6-7 months into trading, your personality is going to change, man. The way you look at life in general, the way you look at world, the way you look at people, it's going to fucking change, because you would have been through so much bullshit in trading, trying to learn this craft, trying to perfect it, that everything you view is going to change. So you really need to like step back and really realize what kind of a personality you have, right? If you're looking at charts, right? Think about it. Like if you're risking money in charts, how long would you want to risk it for? For like a couple of minutes, couple of hours, for a couple of days, couple of weeks? All that ties down to what you really want out of trading, right? Next part, goals. What kind of type of goals do you have? Do you have long-term goals or do you have short-term goals, right? Because when people start a job, they start a job with a goal, right? They say that, okay, I'm going to work here for 3 years. After 3 years, I'm going to become manager, right? After become manager, after another 3-4 years, I'm going to become a senior whatever, like senior vice president or whatever the posts are, right? So you have these goals. And when you go to school, you go to the first grade, you have the goal, okay, I'm going to go to the 5th grade and I'm going to go to college, I'm going to go to university, and then I'm going to get a job, or I'm going to do a PhD if you're really geeky, right? So goals are but you know one thing, that you're not going to jump from 1st grade to college in a month. It's never going to happen, right? Same thing with trading. Right? Trading is so easy. It's so simple that what happens is when people come to trading, they trade one day, they trade the second day, they make, let's say $200. And then they're like, oh, fuck. If my short-term goal is to make a $500 in a week, I can do that in 2 days. Now what's happening is now you're jumping over your goals. You're not staying true to your goals. If you stay true to your goals that, okay, for the first 3 months, I'm going to focus on $200 a week. right? That's $200 extra coming in my pocket. Then after 2-3 months, you focus on, okay, now I'm gonna focus on $500 a week or $1,000 a week. Then for the next 3-4 months, you focus on $1,000 a week. After that time passes, you're like, okay, now I'm gonna focus on $2,000 a week. So see this time frame? It's taking you 3 months, and then 3-4 months, 6 months, and then let's say 3 more months, 9 months. 9 months to get to $2,000 a week. How amazing is that? In 9 months, your goal is $2,000 a week. Is that better, or is making $1,000 the first week and losing $5,000 the next week? Because you had money and you wanted to throw in money and then you wanted to make millions. That's not better. The first one is better, where you're going from 3 months to 6 months to 9 months to 12 months. Hey, fuck, maybe in the 12 months, you're making $5,000 a week. Because now you have these small goals. And as you grow, as you're trading, as you're following your plan, because you know who you are, you know what your personality is like. So you are staying, what's the word? I'm sorry for my English. Throughout this webinar, my English is going to be pretty crap. So every now and then I'm going to keep forgetting words. So you are really in tune with who you are from the inside, that you know, okay, these are the goals which I can smash confidently, right? Next, when you know who you are, what's your personality like, what your goals are, currency pair is, I'm not going to say it's one of the most important things, but this is a vital aspect of trading, because when you open up your MT4, you are shown these pairs and these time frames and all these instruments you can trade all day long. Fuck, cryptocurrencies are open through the weekend. Oh, you can trade cryptocurrencies as well. But you know what happens? That causes a lot of confusion. You know, when you're looking at USD/JPY, GBP/JPY, and USD CHF, USD CAD, and you're thinking, oh man, you know what? I only trade the USD pairs. I'm going to trade major pairs. I'm going to trade Euro USD, USD/JPY, GBP USD, and USD CAD. I'm going to trade all of that, right? But the reality is that you need to really realize that all these currency pairs, they're like people, right? Like, you know, when you meet someone new, and you know that to really understand that person, you need to spend time with that person, right? For let's say a few months, you're only spending, let's say you meet a new friend in university, like, you know, in class, and the only time you're spending with that person is in class, right? And if it's a new guy and you really like the guy, you see that, you see these new things, like, you know, they come about, that you start your conversations better. You get to know what his hobbies are, right? And slowly that acquaintance becomes into a friendship, right? And then you may take it further and whatnot. But like, currency pairs are the same thing. Like, if you say, okay, I'm going to focus on, let's say, USD/JPY, right? So you need to realize that this currency pair, USD/JPY, is going to act differently than all the other currency pairs. I promise you. Okay, let's take this one example. All of you must have had this happen to you, that, okay, like, if you're focusing on USD/JPY and you're like, okay, you know what, USD/JPY is going to make a move and I'm going to catch this move. But at the other end of the spectrum, you have all these other 6-7 pairs open as well, which you're looking at, right? And as you're looking at, let's say, something useless as USD ruble, and you're looking at USD ruble, you're like, oh, well, you know, this thing has a big spread over here. And what if I take a sell or a buy? And then you look at USD/JPY and you realize, oh my God, I missed that setup, right? You missed that setup because you were focusing on USD ruble, or you're focused on USD CAD. That's the only reason you missed that setup on USD/JPY, which you were hunting or which you were expecting, right? So it's very important that you realize what currency pair you will focus on, right? Because the more time you spend with it, the better you're going to become at basically as a trader. Your job is to predict where prices are going to go, right? There's no hard and fast rule, right? It's basically, you're looking at chart, you're predicting where it's going to go. What's the best way to predict something without spending time with it, right? If you spend enough time with one thing, you predict actions. You predict what the person is going to say or what the person is going to do. Like if you spend time with the guy who doesn't have a dominant personality, you can predict he's not going to fight back. But if you spend time with, let's say, Mike Tyson, you can predict that if you punch him, he's going to knock you the fuck out. Because you spent time with him. You've seen him. Same thing with currency pairs. Just choose one. Just spend time with it. Simple. Saying is simple, doing is hard. That's the big difference. Time to trade. Time to trade. Time to trade. I get this question a lot, right? Because as you guys know, like I had this thing like 2-3 days ago, and I told people to send me their trading plans, right? I got a lot of trading plans, and most of the trading plans, they had a lot of times, like they said, I will trade London session, or I will trade Asian and New York, right? I will trade all these sessions because there's volume and momentum in all of these sessions, and I can make money in all of these sessions, you know? No, because time to trade correlates with the kind of life you are living, right? Or the kind of life you want to live. This is a very, very, very important concept. You guys really need to focus on this, right? Like, let's say if you are someone, you have a full-time job, right? And you're working at nights. You're working nights, 8 hours every night, right? And then you look at yourself that, okay, I'm busy all night. What's the time that I have that I can give to charts, right? Let's say you're working from 11 till 6 at night. I don't even know if that's realistic or not, but excuse me, 11 to 6, you're working at night. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to come home at 6. And then from maybe 7 till 11, I can look at the charts. So 7 to 11 is going to be my time to trade, right? Because now guess what? Your full-time job is you're going to work at night or in the daytime. And then you're coming home to trade, and you have this time to trade. So now when you're trading with the intention to make money, right? So can we say that this trading thing is like your part-time job now? That now you're treating trading as like your part-time job? That, okay, from 7 to 11, I'm at my part-time job, right? Where I'm looking at the pair I've chosen, I'm looking at it every day from this time, in between this time. And I'm predicting what's going to happen based on the other times I've looked at it. But at the same time, but different days. Make sense? So now you're at your part-time job. And once 7 to 11 hits, you're closing your charts because the time of your job has ended. This is a vital aspect of a trading plan. That you know who you are, you know what's your personality like what type of things are you going to focus on, you know your goals, you know your currency pair, most importantly, you know the time to trade. Because if you are looking at charts all the time, let's say, fuck man, like I've spoken to people who would who would look at the charts all day long. I used to look at the charts all day long, right? Go to the grocery store, I'm looking at the charts. Going out to eat, I'm looking at the charts. Going to bed, I'm looking at charts. Waking up, I'm looking at charts. Is that healthy? Like, tell me, is that healthy? Is that healthy for your relationships, right? If you have a wife and kids and you're looking at charts, I'm pretty sure your wife ain't happy. I'm pretty sure she's saying, oh, why are you looking at charts all the time? When do you have time for us? I'm pretty sure you get that a lot, right? If you have a girlfriend, you still get that a lot. If you have parents, you still get that a lot. Oh, he's still on charts. He's still on charts, but he's not making money. Then why are you looking at the charts if you're not making money? I'm pretty sure you get that a lot, right? So it's very important that you know what time to trade. Very, very important. It's not going to happen in a day or 2 days or in a week. It's going to take 3-4 weeks. It took me a lot of fucking months to get to where I am today. It didn't happen overnight. I knew I wanted to happen overnight, so I would trading 10 hours a day. It affected my relationships. It affected my relationship with everybody, my wife, my parents, my friends, everything. It affected everything. But as soon as I realized that the time to trade, I need to focus on this time, things start to change, right? Treat it as your part-time job. Risk management. Risk management is your first pillar towards not blowing your account. If you have good risk management, you're not going to blow your account. 100%. 100%. Right? So we're going to go over this at a later slide. Risk management. Setups. Right? So setups. What setups are you going to take? Right? There are a lot of setups that you can take. A lot of setups. You know, fibs, head and shoulders, inverts, head and shoulders, somersaults, you know, hopscotch setups. A lot of them. But only some setups are going to happen at like a certain time, right? So that's why you have a time to trade. Like, what time are you going to trade? So when you look at the chart at that specific time to trade, you will realize that, okay, you know what? Maybe this one thing is happening over and over again. So all I have to do is just like a robot, just like see if it happens over and over again and see if I can exploit it, right? Strengths and weaknesses. The day you realize what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are, things are going to change for you. This is being true to yourselves, right? Some people don't want to admit what their weakness is. Some people don't want to admit, well, it's the opposite. A lot of people are going to say what the strengths are, right? Maybe their strengths are not that big, but they will still exaggerate their strengths. It happens to everybody. Everybody does that because everybody wants to seem prosperous, right? No one wants to be seen as a failure, but everybody exaggerates their strengths. They say, oh, I can do this, even though if they can't, they still say, yeah. But no one agrees to weaknesses. They know what the weaknesses are. They might tell you two, three weaknesses, but deep down inside, right, they don't really tell you what the real weaknesses are. And the biggest weakness is accepting that you're wrong. That's the biggest weakness, especially in men. It becomes an ego issue. Journaling. Journaling will help you realize what your mistakes are and how to correct them, right? So we're going to go over all these topics here for the trading plan. Trading plan topic is the biggest topic in this webinar, because this is the most important thing that you need to really, really get down and follow in trading. Oh, but they said time is money. False. Time is not an accepted currency in any country. I can't do a Dwight impression, so that was the best. All right, times to trade. Asian session. Then we have London session. Then we have New York session, right? This is very important, because when you are looking at what your current lifestyle is, right? Let's say you're working the whole day, right? Then maybe if you're working the whole day, maybe trading New York session is not feasible because you're working at that time. So maybe trading Asian session would be feasible for you, because now when you're coming home from work and the evening, you can just log on to your computer. You can say, okay, now it's time for me to go to my part-time job, right? Maybe from 6 to 9 or 8 to 10 or whatever, right? But you have that time, okay, Asian session is my part-time job, and I'm going to be the master at Asian session. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to really see where I can focus on Asian session. I have a question. Do you risks percentage? Yeah, we're going to answer all these questions at the end of the trading plan section. So please save these questions, right? See, so, and then same thing comes with your London, right? Like if you're living in a time zone in the world, like where London session seems more feasible, then you can just say, okay, like, you know what, maybe from 8 to 11, I'm going to trade London session, right? This is very important. Like some of you guys might think, oh, like, you know, this is a very simple concept, but this is very, very important concept, because I talk to people every day, and the most questions they have is that it doesn't make sense to trade 1 or 2 times a day. Because if you're trading 1 to 2 times a day, you're probably not reaching your goals faster, It's not the case, because if you're trading 5 or 6 times a day, that means you're risking more losses, right? You're risking more losses. Statistically speaking, people's first 2 trades when they start their day are the profitable trades. Everything after that is when they try to fuck up. Everything after that is when they start losing. Everything after that is when they start really questioning their original plan and their original strategy. Trust me, that happens all the time. No, I don't trade South African session unless I'm hunting gazelles or zebras. Ask me if I trade South African session. Come on, man. USD ZAR. Yeah, I did a couple times, but all right, time to trade. Let's go and see what's next. Let's see what's next on our plate over here for the trading plan. Ooh, risk management. A list of people who use risk management. No, very small. Not a lot of people use risk management. Ooh, why? Why can't you use risk management? Risk management is going to save you from so many troubles. Man, I remember the day I crawled in a fetal position on a couch and I was crying. I was crying because I lost $16,000. Why? Because I could not close my positions. I had no risk management. I remember that day. I cried. No one helped me. And I realized, why am I crying alone? There was no one around me. I was just there laying and I was just crying, you know, all alone. No one could see me. No one could hear me. It was just me. You know, and then I stopped crying. I was like, oh, well, you know, well, no one's going to come say, hey, it's okay. So better just go take a shower and, you know, really get my risk management down, right? So when you're looking at risk management, you need to know what your daily risk is, right? This idea came from, I was working with Ted, and we started a small thing, you know, back in the day. And then what happened was that they said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We have these traders. So I'm drinking coffee at the same time. We have these traders and everybody's trading, right? So now, since trading is like your part-time job, you need to have some rules, right? Because now you're playing with money. You're putting money in the market and you're playing with money, right? So there has to be a threshold, right? What that threshold means is that let's say if you're trading with $1,000 account, so your threshold for today is $50. That if you lose $50 today, you should close your charts. You're done for the day. Your day is over. Your trading job is over. You suck. You lost $50. You've reached your threshold. That's a big part of your trading plan, risk management, right? Remember we had it, right? Remember we had it in the trading plans section, risk management. It came right after time to trade. When you know what time to trade, perfect. You open your charts. And then what comes next? Risk management, right? Every day, when you sit in front of your computer to trade, don't trade on your mobile phones. That's, I'm not even going to help you with the mobile phones. Computer is where it's at, right? So you know what you're risking on a daily basis. Like when you reach your $50 risk on $1,000 account, that's it. You're done, right? People tell me, yeah, you know, like it's a risk reward ratio, like 1:2 risk reward ratio, 1:3, 1:4. Yeah, that's all perfect, right? But guess what? It doesn't fucking matter when you lose money, right? When you lose money, you don't say, oh, I was in my risk reward ratio. No, you're mad at the market. You say, oh man, like I lost so much money, right? No one comes to me and say, oh yeah, I had a 1:3 risk reward and I lost. You know, they're not okay with it. Emotionally, you're fucked. You're like, oh man, no, I lost $100 or I lost $200 or $500. But no one says I lost based on my risk. No one says that, right? If you have a stop loss, you keep moving your stop loss. Or let's say you have the same stop loss, but when that stop loss hits, you're sad. Oh, actually, that's another topic. Yeah, that's another topic. But yeah, like the daily risk, very, very important. Very important to conserve your capital when you're trading, right? You know how much you're risking every day. Very important. If you lose more than that, then I don't know, right? Daily goal. Daily goal. This is also very important. Now, I have guys who will make $150 or $200 on $1,000 account or 15 or $5,000 account. They make like $200-300, right? Their daily goal is to supplement their daily income, right? Or let's say you have a small account of, let's say, $100, right? And you're focusing on making $5 on that $100, right? Or $10. When you reach your goal, same thing as daily risk, you're done. Your job for the day is over, right? Because when you have a part-time job and that part-time job is trading, you can get off work early, right? This is very important. You can get off work early or you can get off work late, but you cannot stay late. That's the thing. You can put in your complete hours from 6 to 9, right? Or you can get off work early because you finished your job from 6 to 7 or 6 to 8. And now what happens? Now you have time for your kids, for your wife, to see people, to see friends. See what I'm saying? Right? Because then you can go to bed at night saying, you know what? I reached my daily goal, and then I spent time with people I love, people I care about, and now I'm in bed. And then tomorrow I'm going to do the same thing all over again. Right? Or you can go to bed saying, oh, I reached my daily goal, but then I kept looking at charts, and then fucking Joseph took a trade. I copied his trade, and then I lost, and then I wanted to make the money back, and I traded again, and then I lost again, and my wife was mad because I wasn't at dinner, and my kids were mad because I didn't do this. Like, it's just, and that's I don't know, man. That's just too much stress for me to take right now. I can't take that much stress, man. I need to make life easy for myself. So I need discipline in my life, right? Treat it like a part-time job. Because when you treat it, when you know your plan, when you know the time you have to trade, everything becomes stress-free. You know, you get less anxiety, you get less stress, you get less problems, you're happier. Because you are content with what you're doing. You know that, okay, this is my time to trade now. Everyone around you will know, okay, this is daddy's time to trade. And after this, daddy has time for us, right? Because, bro, trust me, you don't want to be the kind of dad who has no time. You want to be the kind of dad who has time, right? In trading, we can get involved in charts so much that we forget to give time to the people we love. This is why when you've reached your daily risk, your job is done. When you reach your daily goal, your job is done. Key aspects of trading. Key aspects, I'm telling you. Emotions, right? How to control emotions. How? Someone tell me how to control emotions. Come on. We have 46 people in here. No one knows how to control emotions? Yeah, well, not like that. Kind of. Yeah, exactly. Follow your plan. Meditate. Understand your limits. Stay disciplined. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. You need to work with yourself, right? But everybody knows that. 90% people don't do that. Why? I don't know why. I don't know. You're 2 years old, 1 year old? No, you're all grown men. You're all grown men. Like, do things what you write down, right? Emotions, very important. To control emotions is to know your daily risk. When you know that, okay, if I take this one trade and I'm risking $50, when you go into trade knowing what you're going to lose, you're not going to have any problems at all. Because if you lose that trade, you lose $50, man, you knew exactly what you're going to lose. So there's no emotion in that. Because you already accepted the emotion, right? You accepted the emotion. And then when you win, you knew exactly how much you're going to win. Or better fact, like you say, okay, price is going to go to a certain level, right? And price goes to that certain level. Now everyone is becoming philosophical in the chat. Awesome, love it. Right? So price goes to that certain level and it hits that level, right? You're not saying, oh, fuck, look at the money I made. Of course you made good money. But then at the same time, you're saying, look, it went to where I wanted it to go. I followed my plan. this happened within the time I wanted to trade in. So maybe this will happen again. So what do? You come back the next day at the same time and you see what's happening, right? Because you're focusing on one currency pair, right? Planned versus unplanned losses. Very important. This plays a big, big, big role in your success and failure in Forex. Trust me, big role. A planned loss is when you have a stop loss, right? Not like you have a stop loss at 10 pips or 7 pips or 15 pips, or you keep moving the stop loss. No, when you have a legitimate stop loss, this means that when you enter a trade, you know, okay, if I lose a trade, I lose 50 bucks. And if hits your stop loss, you're okay with that because you lose 50 bucks and you planned to lose that money. Like you already knew that you're going to lose it, right? It's not like it happened out of nowhere. You're like, oh shit, oh, I lost 50 bucks. Oh my God, I didn't plan to lose this now. You knew exactly what you are risking. You knew that you're going to lose $50 and you're going into the trade knowing that you're losing this much. So you're okay with it mentally. You know, you're fine with it. When I enter trades, I'm fine with how much I'm going to lose. I've already accepted that loss. And when you accept that loss, it's easier for you to trade. I forgot to do this. All right. All right. Right? That's a planned loss. Unplanned loss. What's an unplanned loss? Unplanned loss is when you enter, let's say, a sell. And you know that if it hits your stop loss, you're going to lose 50 bucks. Price retraces, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to enter another sell. All right, another sell. Price retraces, and you enter another sell. Now what happens? You have 3 sells running, and you're risking $150. And you're so determined that it's going to go your way that you are blinded by the fact that the market can just turn around. And when market turns around, it hits your stop loss, you lose more than you expected to lose, man. And that's when all these bad emotions and all these thoughts come into your brain that how can someone make money off of Forex? How? All these guys, they are just fugazi. You know, how can this happen? Right? So it's very important that you know how much you're going to lose. If you don't know how much you're losing, don't take the trade, right? If you're moving stop losses, you're not following your plan. You can't move stop loss. You have to respect yourself, man. If you move a stop loss, that means you don't respect yourself. You don't take yourself seriously, because if you place a stop loss at a certain point, that means you realize that in true consciousness, you placed that stop loss. If you move it, you're not respecting yourself. If you don't take yourself seriously like that, no one's going to take yourself seriously like that. If you are a CEO in a company, but you're not taking yourself seriously in trading, I don't know how you got to that level, man. Because this thing here, it takes a lot of willpower. It takes a lot of discipline, man. A lot of discipline, I'm telling you. And there's no way out of it until you are disciplined, right? So, any questions on risk management? Pretty clear, perfect. With risk, as far as doing better percentage or dollar amount, that's all up to you. That's all up to you. Percentage, dollar. I use dollar amount. If I have a $10,000 account, I use a dollar amount. That if I am down $1,000 on my $10,000 account, I stop trading that day because I've reached my threshold. Because at the end of the day, what I found out was losing dollar amount hurt more than losing percentage, right? When you have a bigger account, you start looking at the dollars, not percentage. Trust me. Even though you're supposed to look at percentage, but losing dollars hurt more, right? So when you know how much you're losing, it doesn't hurt as much, right? But all up to you. Some people use percentages, fine. But that's all up to you. But you should be accepting the fact that this is how much I'm losing, right? Next. You trade on 15-minute time frame unless you don't have a trading plan? Good luck to you, bro. Good luck to you. If you ain't got no trading plan and you're trading 15-minute, 1 minute, 5 minute, oh, good luck, bro. Good luck. Trade the fucking trend. There's nothing more simpler than this fact. You have to trade the trend. I'm going to go over how to trade the trend in the next slides here, but you need to really understand this fact that you need to trade the trend. I see a lot of people talking about EMA magnets. Yeah, they're good, right? You can make some good trades with EMA magnets, but you need to realize EMA magnets are counter trend trades, right? It takes a lot of discipline, a lot of practice, and a lot of fucking skill to really get down to the EMA magnets. Man, I can't trade EMA magnets. I lose maybe 70% of the time, right? So I don't trade EMA magnets because it's counter trend trading. It's dangerous. It's risky. Why would you do something risky, right? Would you go fight Mike Tyson? No, it's risky. Would you go fight a 5-year-old? Yeah, it's less risky, right? So trade the trend. Do something which is easy, not hard. When you get comfortable at doing something easy, then you start looking at something that's hard, right? So trade the trend because trend is your friend, okay? Very important. Support resistance. Right now, how do you do support resistance, right? How do you really trade support resistance? Now there are 3 scenarios, right? So let me just, okay, it's recording. For some reason I thought it wasn't being recorded. Perfect. So now tell me if you guys can see this line over here. Can you see the line? Can everybody see the line? Okay, perfect. Support resistance. Simple. Let's say the trend is down. Price makes a low, goes up, and it touches a resistance. You're selling this resistance. This is resistance. If price is trending up, right? It makes a high, comes down to support, you're buying support, right? This is the correct way to buy, sell. Yeah, exactly. Retraces support resistance, right? This is scenario 1. This is scenario 2, right? The third scenario is when price is ranging. If I see anyone trading this thing over here, I'm kicking you from my groups. Honestly, honest to God, I'm going to kick you from the groups. If I see anyone trading this thing over here, yeah, consolidation. This is resistance, and this is support, right? Yeah, exactly. Box and chill. Box and chill means that you identify this movement, and now you're waiting for it to break. Right? What if it's a 4-hour box? If it's a 4-hour box, then you're looking at higher time frames. If it's a 4-hour box, then you're looking to grab like a couple of hours, right? But if it's a 4-hour box, that means on the 15-minute it's like this, but on the 4-hour box it's might going to be like this, right? This is smaller time frame, and this is higher time frame. Makes sense? So this is how you do support resistance. I have another webinar on support resistance in the drive after we're done. I think it's in all the mentor groups, but this is how you're identifying support resistance, right? These are setups. Setups you're trading when on these topics are meant for that you know what time to trade and you know what session you're trading, right? And these are the setups that you're looking for because they happen every day. Every day, these setups will happen every day. And it's your job as a trader to identify them. It's not going to happen in a week or 2-3 weeks. It's going to take maybe a month or 2 months for you to really train your eyes in that session. Right? All right. Let's just get rid of all this. Okay? So setups. Looking at setups. Everyone has their own setup. Oh, forgot to remove this over here. All right, next. What's next? What do we have next? Oh, EMA retests. This is another setup, right? When I first started, I was trading support resistance, right? Now when I look back at it, right, all I was doing was I was buying support in uptrends. I was selling resistance in downtrends, right? So when I looked at it, I'm like, man, okay, like I've really mastered this, right? So now what's next? Then came Wakar, EMAs don't work, and he brought these EMA retests. And then we started to look at EMA retests, and we started to look at for a couple of months. At first we said EMAs don't work. And then once we realized that, okay, if we can combine this with price action, or if we can combine this with the trend, we maybe have something over here, right? It may not work all the time, but it's going to work most of the time, right? If we spend time with it, if we spend time training our eyes to identify a certain setup every day, it's going to work most of the time, but it won't work all the time. Makes sense? There's a difference. You need something that's going to work most of the time, like 70%, 60%, 80% of the time, but not all the time. Because guess what? The market is subjective. Some days you might catch 5 pips. Some days let's say your daily goal is 5%. Some days you end up with 2%. Some days you end up with 10%. Some days you end up with minus 2% because you followed your plan. Some days you end up with minus 50% because you did not follow your plan, right? So setups. You're identifying setups every day. You're looking at the charts. You're identifying. I'm 100% sure, man. Everybody here in this webinar, they know exactly what setup to take. They know that. Everybody knows that. But what happens is most of you guys are impatient. You don't wait for that opportunity. You just want to grab the next opportunity, but you don't want to wait for your opportunity. Because when you do that, you're going to catch yourself. When it comes to goals per se, do you make the goal based on pips, dollar? Yeah, we're going to answer that after this trading plan session is over. Trading plan part over here. This is still the trading plan, right? We're still talking about your trading plan, right? So setups, identifying setups. It can be Bollinger Bands, right? For the better part of my 5 months, I was trading based on Bollinger Bands. I was successful for some part. I was successful because I knew exactly what to look for in Bollinger Bands. But you know what? I'm not a smart person, so it was a little complicating, Bollinger Bands. But I bet if I spend enough time, I would be able to trade Bollinger Bands. I bet people out there are making thousands of dollars trading Bollinger Bands. Why? Because that's all they do, right? And the more you do it, the better you get, just like riding a bicycle. Or a unicycle. I can't ride a unicycle. I bet you if I did, I could master it. Superman, Batman patterns. There are lots of patterns out there. I trade the range patterns because I see it every day. Some people, they see Superman, Batman patterns twice, 3 times a week on higher time frames. All the power to you. Cup hold, Trump patterns. There's lots of patterns out there, right? Lots of patterns, but you need to identify what pattern is going to work for you, or what setup are you going to look for every day. If you're focusing on one trade, you're focusing on one move that's happening within your trading plan, within the time you're looking to trade. That one move. Okay, let's take a look at this one thing over here, right? So I know guys, right, who will sit down to trade and they will take a loss. And I'm going to ask them, hey, why'd you take a loss? Well, because, price was over here and I did this. I'm like, okay. And then after 2, 3 trades, they're going to take a win. I'm like, okay, why'd you take a win? Oh, because I saw the setup happening, bro. And I've seen this happen. And I took this trade and I won this trade. And then I asked them, well, why don't you just do that? Why are you doing these other different things which you're not familiar with? because Joe is doing that in another group, or Michael is doing that in another group, or some mentor said do this. No, you do what works for you, right? Even though you take a trade, you lose the trade, but then you figure out, oh shit, if I would have waited, I would have found this setup that I've seen every day. And I would have taken that setup, and I would have gone to bed knowing I traded my setup and I won that fucking trade, right? So you need to wait for your opportunities, man. You need to wait for your opportunities. They're everywhere, but you're not gonna get all of them. You're gonna get what you are really looking for, right? So you need to know what are you looking for. A very important concept, very important, and that comes with only trading at the same time every day. Trust me, it's gonna take you months, 1-2 months, easy. Strengths and weaknesses. My weakness is that I care too much and I try too hard. That's my weakness, right? I could just, spend time with my family, but I care too much. I care too much about people. That's why I do these webinars. I help people a lot. I care too much. That's my weakness. So when you're drafting your trading plan, you're saying to yourself, all right, what's my strength, right? Your strength is, let's say, you can hold a drawdown. I have a guy in my group, he held a 200 standard pip drawdown on GJ. And he came out victorious. He grabbed 250 or 300 standard pips. That's his strength, right? Or your strength is that you are disciplined, right? You are disciplined, that you sit down in front of charts and you look at charts disciplined, and then you only trade what you see, right? You don't trade what you think, you trade what you see. And when you see something happen over and over again, it gets easier to trade that. I promise you. Right? And what's your weaknesses? What are your weaknesses? Some people say, oh yeah, my weakness is that I'm too emotional. Oh, okay, if you're too emotional, then maybe trading isn't cut out for you, right? If you're too emotional, right? If your weakness is, let's say, you're holding drawdowns, well, there's a simple solution: have a stop loss. Because now what's going to happen? You have a weakness, right? Better. Okay, I have a greater idea, right? Everybody do this, right? Everybody do this. Now, after this trading plan thing, we're going to have a little break, right? So in that break, I want everybody to write down their weaknesses, right? So this is what I want you to do. When you write down your weaknesses, let's say I hold big drawdowns. That's my weakness. There's a solution to your weakness. The solution is stop loss. Or the solution is when the drawdown hits $50 or $100, $200, I close the trade, right? So now what happens? That becomes your strength, right? Now your strength is that when your risk gets to where you want it to be, you exit the trade, right? Your strength is that you realize you're wrong and you exit the trade and you're within your risk parameters. Now see what happened? You switched your weakness to your strength. Make sense? Now, if your weakness is that you overtrade, what's going to be your strength? Your strength is going to be that you know the number of trades you're supposed to take in that day. If you're supposed to take 2 trades in that day and you take 2 trades, guess what's happening? You're not overtrading. You're not overtrading at all. Repeat about money. I don't even know what I said about money. I don't even know, because this is Raja fucking Banks during the webinar, and Raja Banks just says things how it is, right? Rakil, that guy has a good memory. Raja Banks ain't got no good memory. He just says it. So that's why I said have a notebook. Have a notebook. And good thing it's being recorded so you can look over it again, right? So that's the thing. Like if you're overtrading and you're turning your weakness around, you're like, okay, I'm only going to take 2 trades in this day, or I'm only going to take 3 trades. That's your strength now, right? Your strength is, okay, I'm taking 3 trades today, and that's what I'm doing. Now, the weakness you had about overtrading, that's gone. This makes sense, right? So after I have another topic on this thing over here, but after that's done, I want everybody to write down their weaknesses and then try to flip that around to strengths. This is very important. Trading is so psychological, man. You have no idea, right? You have no clue how psychological this is. Okay. All right. Journaling. So you sat down to trade, you followed your trading plan. You knew the time to trade. You knew the session to trade. You know what you look for. And let's say you didn't see what you looked for that day. That's fine, right? You didn't see it. That's fine. You didn't see what you wanted to see. Guess what happened? You didn't lose money, right? You didn't lose money doing something stupid. How many times has this happened to you that you don't see what you want to see, but you see what you think? You lose money, and then you're like, oh man, fuck. Only if I wouldn't have taken this trade. Only if I would have followed my plan. Only if I didn't risk too much. Right? So at the end of the trading day, what are you doing? You're writing down the number of trades you took, right? And you're matching that with your trading plan. If your trading plan says you're taking 3 trades, and in this first part of journaling, you're writing down you took 5 trades, beat yourself to the ground. Punch yourself in the face, man, because you're not following your trading plan. If you want this to become your supplementary income or your primary income, fix this shit right there. Fix the number of trades you're taking. Follow this with your trading plan. Very, very important. What's next? Wins versus losses. Right? Wins versus losses. If you're taking 2 wins, man, you took 2 winning trades for the day. Oh boy, you're done. You're done. Now, there is another concept which I'm going to go over in the section of discipline, and that's going to be winning trades. Actually, no, just I leave it. But here's the thing. Like, if you are taking, okay, so my rule is 3 to 1. Okay, I'm going to write down my rule. My rule is 3 to 0, actually. 3 to 0, right? If I have 2 wins for the day, my day is over. All right, my day is done. If I have, okay, these are losses, right? 0 losses. If I have 2 losses, my day is done because I'm taking 3 trades in a day, right? If I have 2 losses, and then if I want to take another trade, what's happening? I'm risking another loss, right? It could be another win, but I'm risking another loss. Do you really follow it? Oh, fuck yeah, I follow it, man. I follow my trading plan every day. And every day I'm following a plan, I'm getting better and better, right? And when I'm getting better and better every day, I'm starting to see new things every day, right? Just because I'm following my plan. If you look at my Instagram, I'm taking the same trades, same setups, same shapes charts are making, the same things, right? So there has to be a method to this madness, right? Like, if you're winning 2 trades, you're done for the day. You won 2 trades today, right? So like, this is the thing, right? Like, wins versus losses, right? Wins versus losses. If you get 1 win and 1 loss, do you still go on? It's up to you. Would you still go on? Right? Would you still go on? If you're break even, okay, let's say you're break even, all right? Let's take a look at that. You have 1 win and you have 1 loss, and you want to take another trade. You're risking a loss as much as you're risking a win, right? And when you're starting out, you're not comfortable with what you're seeing, then you'd better close the charts and go spend time somewhere else, right? Your focus should be in accumulating wins. No matter how small they are, your focus should be accumulating wins, right? When you can accumulate one win a day, right? Let's say this, if you're taking one trade a day, right? You're taking one win. And there are 5 trading days. And in those 5 trading days, if you're winning 3 times and losing 2 times, oh boy, you just ended your week in positive. You ended your week saying, man, I won today. You know, I won this week. This week I had a green week. Right? Very important. Let's see what the next is. Entries and exits. My favorite part. Right? So also recommend joining traders domain leaderboard. Yeah, exactly. So entries and exits. So entries and exits is important in a way that, let's say you are looking at the charts at the end of the day, right? You're looking at your trades at the end of the day because that's part of your trading plan, because it's journaling, right? So you're looking at your trades and you're looking at the winning trade. You're looking at the winning trade, and then you realize that, hey man, like if I could have waited more, maybe I could have gotten a better entry, right? Or if I could have held it longer, I maybe could have like gotten more pips, right? Or if I would have closed half of this position, I maybe would have gotten more pips that way too, right? That's with entries and exits. And the same thing when you're losing trades, that if when you're looking at charts after the trading day is done and you've taken like maybe 3 trades or 2 trades and 2 of them were losers, now when you're looking back at it, you see more information on the charts, right? You see more than you did when you were in the moment, right? Because it's easier to really, like, look at the chart and say, oh, hey, like, you know what, this moved here, we had a trend line here, and all these magical things happen. But when you're in the moment, if you have a chart, and when you're in the moment, it's hard to say that if it's going to go up or it's going to go down, but when the move is done, it's easier to tell, right? It's easier to tell. So that's why once your trading day is done and you're looking at your losses, you're looking to see what are the things that you missed, right? How could you have minimized that loss? Was it to wait a little bit? Was it to have a wider stop loss and lower risk? Or how could you have made that losing trade into a winning trade? Most of the times it's something that you miss, right? So the more you do this, the more you go over your trades, your winning trades and losing trades, you're going to get better at spotting your mistakes, right? And then when you spot your mistakes, you learn from those mistakes, because now you're trading at the same time every day, right? And that brings us to our next topic, which is room for improvement, right? When you're losing trades, you're constantly asking yourself, is there any room for improvement? Can I improve on something? The main thing that you're going to be improving on is your discipline. That's the only thing you're improving on. Your discipline and knowing when to close the charts. Knowing when to every day, like honestly, open the charts during the time you have set yourself, right? That's where you find out that, okay, you know what, maybe there is some room for improvement. What's next? Repeat. Repetition. Repeat everything. You need to repeat. Repetition is so important, man, that repeating one small thing every day is going to become a habit. Right? Like if you have a baby and you tell the baby to say a bad word every day, man, sooner or later that baby's going to keep saying that bad word, because now it's a habit. It's a bad habit, right? But if you tell the baby to say thank you, the baby's going to pick up that habit and say thank you every time you give him something. It's going to say thank you. Trading is the same thing. You're building habits. All this time you've been told that trading is this giant market, this $5 trillion market. You can trade it like 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. But can you grab those $1 trillion? No, you can't. You can't. You're just repeating small things every day. You're just repeating these small things every day. No one tells you to do the same thing every day. No one does that. Nobody. Only over here in our domain that you're going to hear people say, just repeat the small things every day until they become habits. Right? When you're trading from 6 to 9 every day, you're trading 6 to 9 every day. You're looking at the same thing every day. The market is not getting smarter. It's not going to get dumber. It's going to do the same thing every day. The more you look at it, the more comfortable you're going to get. And then sooner or later, it's going to become a habit. And habits will last you for a lifetime. Once you get in the habit of, let's say, working out, it's hard not to work out. Right? In like 5-6 months, it's hard not to go to the gym. But when you get lazy, becomes a habit. You're watching a movie, you eating Lay's chips or Cheetos. You do it every day, it's going to become a habit. And that habit is not a good habit, right? So trading is the same thing. You're creating small habits, good habits, disciplined habits, right? And that comes to discipline. So before you do anything, ask yourself, would an idiot do that? If the answer is yes, you simply do not do that. This thing. If you just lost 2 trades and you wanna double down your lots and make all that loss back, think to yourself, would an idiot do that? Oh yeah, for sure. For sure he's gonna do that. Idiot is gonna risk 20% to make back 30-40%. Yeah, he's gonna do that. So would you do that? Ask yourself that. Right? If price is going against you and you just increase your stop loss, ask yourself, would a good trader do that? Would Warren Buffett do that? Would George Soros do that? Would Ted do that? Fuck. Would Wicks Don't Lie do that? Or would Q Banks do that? No. They won't do that. Why? Because they're disciplined. They're not idiots. Right? They're not idiots. They're going to do that. If your child learns bad words, would you teach him new bad words? No. Only an idiot would do that. Right? You're not going to do that. An idiot would do that. So you really need to understand the things that you should be doing right, except for the things you should be doing wrong. Because all this time, man, you've been doing the wrong things. All like people here have been trading for 5 years, 10 years, 3 years. And when they come over here and they look at guys who've been trading for a year and a half, and they're making money, they're like, how? Like, we've been trading for 6-7 years. We're not profitable. What are these guys doing differently? Like, there has to be a question about, like, why are these guys so profitable and not we? Like, we have so much information. It's these habits, it's these things that you're not taking into account, right? You've been doing the wrong things. You've not been disciplined, right? All these years. So now let's try being disciplined. Right? Let's try that for a change, right? Let's just try being disciplined now for a month. Let's see what happens. Because all these years we've been not disciplined. So let's try being disciplined. Make sense? Let's try this new thing for a change. Let's try this new thing this fourth family keeps talking about, discipline. Let's try it. See if that changes something for you. I'm pretty sure it will. All of a sudden, we have 100 people in here. It started with 15. I shared it with 20. And we have 100. It's great. All right. Perfect. So this is the end of our first session trading plan. And we shall take your questions. We shall take your questions. I'm naming my first one. Are your goals based on pips or dollar amount? My goals are based on a dollar amount, mostly a dollar amount. Sometimes I'll go into percentage, but like mostly I look at how much I'm I'm willing to lose. Like if I enter a trade, I know exactly how much I'm going to lose, right? So, and when that threshold hits, it's done. Do you look at the charts if you hit daily risk goal during trading hours? Nope. I don't look at the charts at all. Like when my goals are hit, I don't look at the charts. Like, when my goal is hit, that's it. I'm done. I don't look at the charts. Because if I look at the charts and my goal is hit, then that's going to make me want to trade, And if I trade, I might end up losing what I just made. So why? Why, man? I'm done work early. Hey, guys, guess what? I'm done work early. Daddy's done work early today, right? Like when you go to your day job and when you get off work early with the whole day's pay, right? How does that make you feel? Yes, makes you feel great. So when you reach your daily goal in trading and you close your charts, why would you want to go open and back up again, man? Like you're done. You're done. How do you keep saying if you lose 2 to 3 days in a row? Then there's something wrong. If you lose 2 to 3 days in a row, you're not following your plan 100%. You got to look at that. Then you're not following your plan 100%. How long do you look at the chart? Depends on my trading plan, right? If it's 6 to 9, I'm looking at it 6 to 9. And if I reach my goal by 8, I'm done. I close my charts. What's the max positions in one trade? Depends on your trading plan and your risk. Do you make your win threshold compared to loss threshold? Losing your loss? Yeah, I do that. But most important is, the next topic is momentum and market sessions. Momentum market sessions. Yeah. Can you split up your trading times in one day? No, you can't. You can't split your trading times in one day. You have to treat it like your part-time job. If you have a part-time job, do you say, hey, I'm gonna come in 1 hour in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, and maybe 1 hour late at night? How does that make sense? You need to keep it realistic. This is your part-time job, man. This is your part-time job. You need to treat it that way. Treat it like a hobby, a part-time job. Once you start treating it that way, it's going to become easier and easy. And once it becomes easy, I'm not saying it's going to become easy because you're winning trade. It's going to become easy because you are following your plan. You're losing on what you plan to lose. And that's going to cause less anxiety and less stress. And when you have less stress, you become a better trader. All right, perfect. So we have Ted, and Ted's going to go over some market sessions and momentum stuff. Right, so I'm going to unmute Ted over here. Let's see if he's available. Oh yeah, big old Uncle Ted in the house, the voice everyone's waiting for, and standing in 6'4", weighing in how many pounds?
210. Hey.
Hey,
Thank you. So Rakil brought me on here because he wanted me to say a few words on his webinar, which is great. I appreciate that. The key with momentum and session times, similar to what Rakil was talking about, was preparation and understanding exactly what you want to do. Yeah, I haven't really prepared any slides, Rakil, but I know exactly what I'm going to go through because I have some notes on my desk here.
Yeah,
so you can keep that there. So the first thing is what Rakil alluded to a few minutes ago was treating trading like a job. Your session time is your work time. A lot of people, they put in their trading plan that they want to trade New York session, London session, or Asian session, and this is their goals, this is what they want to do. But what are you doing to prepare for that session? And this is a key. So if you're making notes right now, I apologize. I'm going to have to write a document about this, but for now I will just speak to it. Your session time, you have to break it up as if you were working a job. And also your trading week, you have to break it up like you were working a job. So a lot of people are younger that haven't had jobs before, full-time jobs or corporate jobs, but there's a pattern to human behavior. And you probably recognize this too when you are trading or whatever you're doing, or if you're working. How does your week work? Everyone comes back from the weekend on Monday morning. What's the first thing everyone says? Oh man, it's Monday. I hate Mondays. So now when you evaluate the markets, you have to evaluate them the same way that you would evaluate you working your job, right? Because what happens is the markets are run by humans. One can argue that algorithms and computers now make trades and it's not really humans, but humans had to program those computers. So they work on the same premise. Monday morning, everybody shows up to work, hungover, tired, exhausted. They had a great weekend. Nobody wants to work. It's the same thing with the markets. The markets are the same way. It's the reason why we speak to certain parts of the market and why we say the market takes time to set up, because everybody's showing up to work on a Monday and they're slow. They sit by the water cooler, they talk to their friends, they're not answering emails yet, things haven't started. So the market takes a bit of time to start moving, right? It's the same thing with the stock market. It's the same thing with any type of currency market. It's going to be very, very slow and inconsistent because not everybody's firing on all cylinders yet. But as you start to go through the market through the week, you start to see that volume picks up. And volume is your catalyst for momentum. Volume is your catalyst for consistency because you're going to have movement that you can see that's structured. And volume is going to make you profitable, right? Because when we trade, in the middle of the night or the middle of the day during a specific session, what happens? There's no volume. And then what does everybody do? Everybody's stuck in a trade. So if you think of the market and you structure the market and you structure your trading every week and you look at specific days, you will see the market will move better on certain days than it will on other days. This is part of your back testing. So when you back test strategies and when you look at things and you say to yourself, okay, I'm building out my plan, what am I doing? You have to factor in these specific ideas as well, because you, like Rakil said, you will start to see the same thing over and over again. It's just the way the market is. The market is too big for it to suddenly switch dynamics. Think of the market, like I always say, as a luxury cruise ship or a big oil tanker in the ocean. It moves fast, right? When you see a cruise ship and you see how big it is, you're like, oh, wow, that cruise ship is moving very slowly. It's moving very slowly because of how big it is. But in actual fact, if you put a speedboat beside it, it's going faster than the speedboat, but you don't recognize that because the ship is so big. It's the same thing with the currency market. The currency market is so big, you can't have dramatic shifts in the market. That's why things happen all the time. And when you start to recognize that, then you say, oh, is this it? Is this trading? Trading's so easy. It happens the same because you've identified specifics in the market that can't be changed. We understand certain ideas, and a lot of people on this webinar, and they'll watch us understand certain ideas as well, is when you look at, say, the North American Open, when do we have volume pushes? We have volume pushes when the 8 a.m. hour happens Eastern time, so that's the open of the currency market. 9:30 a.m. when the equity markets open, and then when the equity markets close and the currency markets close towards the end of the day. So now when you start your preparation and you say to yourself, okay, how am I going to attack the market? I'm looking for volume, I'm looking for consistency, I'm looking for patterns. Where are you going to get those? You're going to get those in the most optimal times of the markets, and then you break everything down. So first, you would look at the year as a whole, right? So if we took the market as a whole in the full year, what do we think happens? The first quarter of the year, institutions, businesses, everybody, they're setting up their year plan, right? So in November, December, the institutions, companies have completed their year end almost, right? And now budgets are starting to be built. How did we do this year? How did we do, in the last 6 months? What are we doing? What are we forecasting? That's what institutions do as well. They look in November, December, how are we forecasting the following year? So now when we come back into January, they start implementing those plans. So January, we always talk about like the first couple weeks in January are relatively slow because the markets are still trying to start up. But more importantly, people are still on vacation, right? Once again, institutions have real humans working there. They take breaks, they take time off, they celebrate, they enjoy themselves. So you'll see the first quarter of the new year, the market is setting up, right? So we've gone through January, we've basically almost gone through February. Now we're starting to see a lot of volume. We're starting to see a lot of movement in the market. So what you would say is the first quarter of a year in the market is the market setting up, right? The second quarter of the year is where now we start executing. You're going to start to see the market from, I guess, April all the way till June really go heavy. And this is going to be your bread and butter. So if people right now are worried that, they're not finding their footing, they're not getting their consistency, that's okay, because from April all the way till June, you're going to have a massive amount of opportunity, because that's going to be the heart of the market. The market's going to be so heavy with volume, with activity. You're going to have multiple opportunities. Then what happens is the third quarter rolls around. So that's July all the way till September. Things slow down a bit. Why? It's summertime. People take time off. People decide that they want to turn around and take vacation. The market slows a bit. You'll find that from the first quarter, or from the second quarter, there was the first quarter, there was a lot of activity. Second quarter, there was more activity. Now we started to slow down. We go to the end to the third quarter, and now it's, vacation. Everything starts to slow down. Finally, the fourth quarter is where we have that final push. So from September 30th all the way till the end of December, that's where we have that push. But you'll find as we come towards December, the market starts slowing down, because why? It's holiday time. Things start to drop, volume decreases a bit, you start to get instability in the markets. So now you start to realize, hey, it's time to get out of the market for the year. Most traders like myself personally, I take the last 2 weeks of December off, and I take the first 2 weeks of January off. So I have a month vacation, and that's it. So now when you look at what we've just structured the whole year in the market. So first quarter setup, second and third quarter, we have that momentum, we have a lot of movement, we have the meat of the market. And then the fourth quarter is where the market starts to slow down. So now you say to yourself, okay, great, Ted, you've just told us how to trade for the full year, but I don't take swing trades for the full year. I want to understand how this is going to relate to the smaller part of where I trade. Great. So now you drop down into your monthlies and your weeklies and your dailies. The same principles apply. So in the monthly time frame, right? First couple of weeks, first week, market sets up in that month. Second and third week, the market gives you good pushes. And then the fourth week in the month, the market slows down. But what are the catalysts for the reason why the market slows down in the fourth week? Because of major news events, especially if you're trading US pairs, you have non-farm payroll. That is the pillar for the month. That is your major news event for the month. So now institutions are setting up in the last week of the month, which is coming up shortly, or the first week in the following month, depending on how many weeks there are in that time frame, for NFP. So you'll start to see what happens is NFP week is a very hard week to trade if you're on the wrong side of the way the market's moving, because it's not moving the way it should be. And then when you turn around and you look at what happens in that week, the market compresses, the market slows down, you don't get good movement. Friday rolls around, NFP, it explodes, the market moves now. But what happens the following week? It just empties out. So we have a lot of movement in the following week, which is the first week of the new month. So you'll start to see, you get a lot of pips, you get a lot of easy setups, you get a lot of continuation trends based on the fact that markets have accepted the major news event and now they're restructured for that following month. So now you start to see cycles for a yearly, now monthly. Now let's go into weekly. What happens there? Same idea, same principles. Monday, Tuesday, the market sets up. Wednesday, Thursday, the meat of the market. Friday, the market starts to taper off, and you have that continuation. So now when you look at that aspect, you can now plan your strategy around your dailies and say, okay, Monday and Tuesday, there's no doubt in my mind there's opportunities. And this is the other thing too. There are going to be opportunities every day of the week. And people will argue with me saying, oh, I like trading Mondays, I like trading Fridays. There's nothing wrong with those opportunities. But what you have to realize is as you back test, you'll start to see that there's a lot of inconsistencies on Mondays and Fridays. They don't have consistent movements like a Wednesday or Thursday. So what you have to be aware of is maybe as a trader, and I do this personally, is you lower your risk, you lower your exposure on the Mondays and Fridays because maybe it's not working. Or maybe Mondays and Fridays are your bread and butter and you say, you know what, Ted, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. I believe Mondays and Fridays are my best trading days. So then you up your exposure and you lower your exposure on days that you're not doing that well. This is part of your back testing. You have to look and you have to take those data samples and say, where am I making the most amount of money? Where am I losing money? And how do I put that all together? And what I've learned from sessions and from momentum is Mondays and Fridays are no good for me. I've had great days on Mondays and Fridays, but not consistent enough that it makes me want to trade those days or look for those specifically trades. So when you look at stuff like that, that's part of understanding your sessions, understanding momentum, and saying to yourself, hey, this doesn't make sense to do this over and over again because I keep getting burned. You don't want to put yourself in that position. So now you turned around, we're in the weekly, we've gone to the dailies. What do? We drop now into the candles. You drop into the 4-hour candles. You drop into the 1-hour candles. You drop into the 15-minute candles. What do you notice? When you break up candles into specific parts, you're going to see the exact same thing that you see on a holistic higher level. So if we turned around and we took a 4-hour candle, if you look at a 4-hour candle for the most part, what does the 4-hour candle encompass? It encompasses usually a top wick, a bottom wick, and a body. How does that get built? This is where you back test and this is where you do your analysis on the specific candle. And this will give you insight, but it will also give you a clearer opportunity and a clearer entry and exit. And this is something that I use and something everybody else uses. And people always ask me, like, how did you know things were going to happen? It's because you have to understand how the candle is forming with momentum. So when you take a look and you say to yourself, I want to trade the North American session. I want to be able to trade the North American session. So we all say yes, great. You look at the London session from the night before and you see the London session created a high. And now over the last few hours, we've seen a pullback, right? So your hourly candles now are bearish. Your 4-hour candle is bullish, but there's a wick at the top. And where has that wick come from? That wick has come from the last couple of hours of a pullback. So now what do we say? We say, okay, if overall momentum is bullish, but we've had a pullback on the higher time frames, what does that suggest? That suggests that we should have a continuous momentum or continual momentum in bullish nature. Why do we believe that? We believe that because we've had a pullback from the London session. So the London session is starting to slow down, but now the North American session is starting to ramp up. So what's happened is everybody's taken their profits in the London session, and now they've pulled back. And what they've said is, hey, the North American session is going to take over, and it's going to turn around and grab liquidity to further push in that same direction of the London session. So now when we look, we go back into the North American session, we dive into specifics. What is happening? So we know that 8 a.m. Eastern time, either 13 GMT or 15 GMT, depending on your charts that you're looking at, you're going to have that momentum push because the market opens and floods. But before that, what are you looking at? You're looking at your hourly candles and you're looking at your 15-minute candles. So we know that at 8 a.m., there's going to be a push. We don't know if it's going to be bearish or bullish, but on probability, we believe that higher time frames will always lead us in the right direction. So if we believe that the higher time frames are bullish, there's no reason why we should not have continuous bullish momentum in the immediate time frames, which would be your 15-minute, your 30-minute, or your 1 hour, depending on what you're looking at. So now what do? You break up that candle, right? So 7 a.m. rolls around. What does everybody do? They see that there's bullish momentum with the higher time frame. And at 7 a.m., 1 hour before the New York Open, what does everybody do? Everybody takes buys, right? And then what happens right at 7 a.m.? The market pushes the opposite way. So what do? You start freaking out because you're like, well, you know, like the 4-hour time frame's showing me buys. Why are we going the opposite way? You have to understand what is being created in the 1-hour time frame. The 1-hour time frame is creating a bottom wick. That is the first 15-minute candles in before the hour, before the 8 a.m. hour, we're pulling the opposite way. So what you'll find is your hourly candle now, you build it out properly. You say, okay, hourly candles pulling back. The first 15-minute candle is going to pull the opposite way pretty hard for the most part. Once again, it doesn't happen all the time. This is not a 100% actionable item, but what it does show is when this happens, you may have to sit back and wait. And you'll notice sometimes too on the 15-minute or the hourly candles, there's like a resistance level if we're in bullish momentum that gets tapped just before 7 a.m. and then it pulls right away at 7 a.m. and you start to see the first 15-minute candle pulls away. The second 15-minute candle starts to do a little bit of a turn to go up. And then now you start seeing 7:30 and 7:45. Those two candles, those 15-minute candles, start developing the pattern that you are recognizing off the higher time frame. So what essentially has happened in that hourly candle, we've broken up those 4 15-minute candles to create that hourly candle. So your first 15-minute candle is a pullback. Your second 15-minute candle gives you a little bit more of a dip, but starts to move in a bullish momentum. Your third 15-minute candle gives you that spike. You'll see right at 7:30, most times you get that initial spike up hard, and then it pulls back. And then your last 15-minute candle before execution at 8 a.m. starts to go bullish. So then what do you say, Ted? You say, okay, great. You've identified momentum. How do I get a better entry? Knowing that you have the 4-hour momentum, which is bullish, you've evaluated your 15-minute candles. Now you drop into your 1-minute candles and your 5-minute candles, and you say to yourself, how are they forming? Are they pushing bullish as well? Because now you can start to see maybe at 7:56, there's a bit of a pull down. You get a better entry. 7:58, we push a little bit higher. And then what happens? 8:01, 8:02, we get that huge bullish push. And that's where, you know, if you've been on a webinar on a Wednesday or Thursday, you've seen us all start laughing because right at 8:01, 8:02, 8:03, those three 1-minute candles push very, very hard up right through that resistance level, or they push you know, right through like a support level. Wherever we were in terms of consolidation for that hour, we get a really, really big push. So now do you say to yourself, okay, well, great. What do I do when I look out for these specific ideas? You're going to find that sometimes these ideas happen before the market opens. So before 8 a.m. Sometimes they happen after 8 a.m. So you don't get that necessary push at like 8 o'clock. You might get that at 8:15, 8:20. So you have to be aware of that. But when you're managing your session and you're managing your trades, you're looking at your higher time frames as the overall picture. You're giving yourself a target with the overall picture, but at the same time, you have to manage the shorter time frames to see where we hit specific smaller targets, right? There's been many instances where you'll find the first 15-minute candle of a session open, mainly the North American session because that's what I trade, will push very, very hard. And right around 8:13, 8:12, so 12 minutes, 13 minutes into that session candle, you may find that suddenly now that 1 minute candle goes the opposite way hard. And what is it doing? It's creating a wick on the bottom part of that candle to be filled. So you as a trader make that decision at that point, and I do this a lot too, is are you gonna hold that initial push, right, where you take your 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pips, whatever the target was, you hit your target. Are you going to hold knowing that now watching the 1 minute candles, we're having a pullback? So you had the initial push after the session open, which we knew was going to happen based on how the previous candles were filling, but now we have a pullback in the shorter time frames. This is where your visualization comes in. And this is where you say to yourself, okay, the session just opened. We should have continuous momentum in this direction. Now, what are we looking at in the session times that can hurt us at this point? 8:30 a.m. Eastern time is a very pivotal time in the markets. Because why? Most major news events for the US currencies happen at 8:30. So you as a trader have to be aware of these things and say to yourself, okay, we didn't see a push at 8 a.m. Why? Why didn't we see a push at 8 a.m.? Oh, there's 4 major news events at 8:30. The market does not want to react until those news events pass. So you have to be aware of that as well. That is part of your session, is evaluating where you see news and understanding that sometimes the market will not react accordingly until those news ideas pass. So you as a trader have to be very, very aware that when you wake up, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, if there's big news at 8:30 or 10:30 or 10 o'clock, usually those are the news times for the US session, that we may not have a structured environment to make good trades. There might not be a lot of push to make those good trades. So you'll find this week, as an example, the market's probably going to range a bit. Because why? We have news events coming on Friday. I don't think NFP is this Friday, but I think it's the following Friday. But you'll find that during those weeks of NFP, the market will range because it's setting up for the bigger day on the Friday. So you have to look at your sessions, and when you're trading those specific session times with those ideas in mind, and you have to manage your trades accordingly. So when you enter your trade at 7:55 or 8:05 and you have that push and you're in that momentum, you have to realize that at about 8:20, 8:21, 8:22, it might be time to exit those trades. And if you can't mentally exit trades because you're not getting what you need to not trade at those specific times, because you might find, sometimes the session push gives you like 15 pips, 10 pips. Sometimes the session push gives you 4. There's nothing wrong with that. You're attacking the market and you're accepting what the market gives you. And you as a trader are just looking to be profitable. So you have to understand that certain things will happen at certain times. And if you back test, and what I mean, when you back test, and this is where a lot of people fail, is you have to write down all these specifics. When did you take the trade? When did you exit the trade? And you have to do that over and over and over and over. I can't stress that enough. Staring at a chart will not make you profitable. Telling me that you're going to follow a trading plan will not make you profitable. You have to practice this. Whether you have the simulator or you don't, you have to then break it down. I never used the simulator when I started trading. I broke down each day. I went through a year's worth of charts on the weekends, and I would just look at the charts, and I would look for big candles, and I would say, why did those big candles appear? I should be getting a part of those big candles. And when we started to look a little bit closer, I started to notice big candles were happening around the same time every day. Maybe it wasn't exactly at 8 a.m. Maybe it was at 7:45. Maybe it was 8:15. But in this period of time, between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., there was big market movement. How do I take advantage of that big market movement and then get on with the rest of my day? That is what you're doing when you're back testing. You're looking for things that you like, right? You go to the bar, you see a hot woman, you're going to go talk to her, right? You're always going to go talk to the hot woman because that's your back testing. Oh, I like that woman. I like that woman. What happens is the first 3 women that you talk to shoot you down, right? Because you weren't prepared. You didn't have a good opening line. Your hair wasn't gelled. You had like shit in your teeth, right? So what do? Now you have to wait till the next week, right? Because you're going to go knowing that on Friday night, you're going to go to the same bar. You're going to see some of the same women. Maybe you see better women. Maybe you don't see any women. Everything in life is all about timing and all about the session that you're working in, right? You know that on Tuesday night or Wednesday night in the city, probably not a great time to go to the bar to pick up women, right? You know that going out on a Friday night at 2 a.m., you're probably not going to have a great selection of women to pick up, right? Because all the good women have probably left with guys. And what you have left, you have all these ratchet looking women that are ugly, that are fat, right? It's the same thing. When you look at trading, it's the same idea. You have to look at it. You have to say, okay, I'm going to this session today. Are there going to be good looking candles today? Or are they going to be shit candles? If they're shit candles, I'm not wasting my money buying these shit candles drinks, right? But if there are good looking candles, I'm going to put money out and I'm going to buy these good looking candles drinks, because what are they going to do? They're going to pay me and they're going to give me a reward. So you have to model the same approach that you do in life that you do on the charts. If the weather is bad outside, are you going out for a drive? No, you're going to evaluate. Does it make sense for me to go to the mall when there's a snowstorm out there? Do I really need to buy a new shirt? If the candles are consolidating through a specific time frame, does it make sense to make a trade at this time, or does it make sense to wait for the breakout? Probably makes sense to wait for the breakout. When does the breakout happen? At what specific time frames? North American session, maybe 7 a.m. till 9 a.m. You see big breakouts. But if that breakout doesn't happen, that's okay, because you know probability dictates that these breakouts will happen more often than not. You're not going to have a perfect trading day every single day. There's not going to be a perfect setup every single day. Sometimes you're going to have to manipulate the setup. Instead of getting 10 pips, maybe you only get 5, maybe you only get 4. And then that's it for the day. And you have to say, okay, you know what? The market wasn't really giving me anything, because there's going to be days where the market gives you so much, you're going to say, wow, this was the easiest trading day ever. But if you go and look back at those easiest trading days, they were all at the same sessions. They were all at the same relative times. It's just dependent on what the market gives you. And you have to remain conscious of the fact that, hey, over the long term, this is making the most sense for me. And if you're not going to do that on a daily basis, you're going to fail, because what's happening is you are going to be influenced by other traders. Oh, well, that trader just traded, AUD CHF and made like a killing. But that's not your trading plan. Oh, but they made so many pips. Okay, but how many pips have they made over the last 6 months trading that pair? What have they done the back test to make sure that that pair is profitable for them? You have to do all this work yourself. It's so very important that you get this specific idea down, that everything relates to timing, relates to momentum, and relates to taking the best opportunity out of the market. As you get more comfortable trading, as you get more experience trading, you will see these formulations of candles. You will see the way the market forms. You will be able to anticipate. You'll look at the higher time frames. People message me and say, hey, Ted, the daily time frame, this wick is going to fill. I don't disagree with that. Remember, mentors are here, and I tell this to people, we're traders just like you guys. Eventually, you're going to see the same things that we see. It all comes down to confidence and execution. You show me something, I'm going to say yes, and people get mad at me and they say, well, Ted, you only give me one-word answers. Why? What would you like me to tell you? That you are a superstar, that you have found the fucking supernova of the world, and that you found the wick fill before everybody else? No, we all see the same thing. Your idea is correct. I'm giving you a yes to that idea. Now, how you execute that idea takes a little bit more information. So when you send a chart to Rakil, or you send a chart to me or any other mentors, you have to realize that we already see that too. If we're all trading USD JPY or the pound JPY or gold, we're already all seeing that same stuff because we've seen this over and over again. So don't be offended if Rakil says, yes, that's correct, or your trading plan is right. You have to now go out and execute it. Don't overcomplicate the fact that these momentum pushes, these sessions, the way that wicks get filled, this happens on a daily basis. You have to get used to the fact that this is what trading is. And if you can't comprehend that in your mind, that all you're doing is looking for specific setups during specific times with specific candles, you have to leave trading. If you're going to try and get fancy and you're going to try and say, well, you know, like I can do like the double D slash FTR slash ABC slash EDF and this is going to happen, that if that's the way that you think that you need to trade to validate your trading ability, that I can't help you with that. Rakil can't help you with that. We are showing you that at specific times in the market, specific days, specific sessions, this is what happens in the market. And if you are able to do that over and over for the next year and slowly compound your account, you will be successful. If you believe, once again, that you are going to try and chase money, you're going to try and race through the market, you are going to fail. Bottom line, you are going to fail. And that is exactly what you have to look at every single day, is how am I going to be successful? If I take one trade every single day and I am profitable, I am beating 90% of retail traders out there. If you have to write that down somewhere, if you have to put that on your, if you have to tattoo that on your forearm, if you have to put that wherever you need to remind yourself visually that taking one trade a day is profitable, no matter if you've made 10 cents, $1, $10, $1 million, you have to stick to that. And if you don't believe making 10 cents is worth it for you to be trading, then stop trading, quit Forex. Because you're not a millionaire, you're not somebody that has a lot of money to waste on Forex. You're probably struggling as a student, you're probably working part-time, whatever your situation is. If you do not believe that you should be entitled to making 10 cents a day, 15 cents a day trading profitably, you have to quit Forex. Because we all start somewhere. Everything takes time. You didn't start learning calculus in grade school. You learn calculus in high school. Why? Because in grade school, you can't even add 2 plus 2. So how do you expect to dump $1,000 into the market and be successful when you're not even able to be successful on a $10 account, a $100 account, because of your discipline, because you don't want to follow your trading plan, and because you're chasing money and you're chasing everybody else that's trading around you? Focus on yourself. Focus on the session that you're working in. Back test exactly what's happening in that session over the last 2 years. On your weekends, take your time and go through the simulator if you have it. Go through charts if you don't have a simulator, and figure out why things are happening. The more details you put in your trading plan, the more details you put in the session that you're working in, the more successful you will be. Time does not change anything. It will take you years to become successful at this. It took myself years to be profitable to the extent that I am right now. and it took Rakil years to be profitable to the extent where he is right now. People don't understand that. People feel that there was some magic epiphany that, you know, in 1 month, people made millions of dollars. That did not happen anywhere. That did not happen with me. That did not happen with Rakil. These are stories other people have created to create some fictional superiority that, you know, Ted is the god of trading, Rakil is the god of trading. It's not that at all. It's not that. I make 1 to 3% a day, sometimes 5, sometimes 10%. That's all I've ever been doing. There hasn't been any change. Excuse me. There hasn't been any changes to my trading style. I never full margined my account. I never pushed my account to the fact that, you know, I was taking 50 positions on one pair. I was doing this, I was doing that. When I started, I would take maybe 8 or 10 positions on one pair. But it wasn't full margining my account. I was never over leveraging my account. I was just trading with what I was comfortable with. That is what you have to do as a trader. You have to find what is comfortable with you. I started trading when I was 35 years old. I was making 6 figures at a job. I could afford to dump $20, $30, $40, $50,000. I could dump that money away and it wouldn't bother me. I started with a larger account balance because that's what I was comfortable with. I was used to playing cards. If you're starting with $100, you can't expect to make thousands of dollars. You just can't. You have to become that person that just starts at the bottom and grows over the next year. If you cannot do that, if you cannot be comfortable with that aspect, you're going to have issues, right? So now the question becomes, okay, we've figured out the sessions, we figured out where momentum lies. How do we capitalize on that? How do you capitalize on it? You manage your weekly goals. So if my weekly goal is 1 to 5% a day, I know that over the week, I should probably make anywhere between 15, I would say 5 to 15%. That's what I should be making over the week, right? Because that's a reasonable thing. I'm going to trade a few times a week, a couple of days. I should be comfortable doing that. That is what should happen. When the market gives you more than what you're expecting, now you have a decision to make, right? Because there's some days where the market gives you, instead of 5%, you get 15%. And you say to yourself, hey, I just made an extra 10% that I was not expecting. Regular trader will call it a day. Other traders, like myself, will press that 10%. I will take 10% of that account and or 10% of that win, and I will press it to take 10% to 50%. Why? Because that 10% was found money. I'm comfortable risking that 10% knowing that I made the 5% today that I needed to make. I will not be mad at myself if I lose that 10%. If you're going to be mad at yourself after you lost 10% because you only now made 5% for the day, you cannot approach this strategy. But if you are comfortable taking that 10% and risking it and trying to build it to 50%, that is what you do. That is where you're going to get your compounding. That is where you're going to get your gains because you're not out of your risk management. You are trading with house money. You have made more profit than expected. Take that money and now multiply it, hammer it. But if you turn around and feel that now you feel upset that you've lost 10% and you've only gained 5% for the day, you cannot use that strategy. This is what you need to do, is you need to figure out how to manage your account during those sessions. Because some days, like we saw on Wednesdays and Thursdays last week, you would make profits in about 10 minutes. You would make 10 or 15 pips in 10 minutes. Okay, so you still want to trade. Rakil says don't trade. I say don't trade. But if it's 7 a.m. in the morning and you know you still have an 8 a.m. push, you still know you have a 9:30 push, you still know you have a 10:30 push, lock up profits, play with house money. If you can control your discipline and play with house money, you will make mountains of money in that respect. It's the same thing when you go to a casino. You're playing blackjack. You go there, you aim to double your money. In the first 5 minutes, you've already doubled your money. You feel stupid for leaving, don't you, right? Because you only spent 5 minutes there. That's fine. You can leave if you want. Go on with your day if you're happy. But if you're a gambler like I am, you'll lock up the money that you were going to make and play with the money that the house gave you for no specific reason. So now, if I've doubled my money from 5,000 to 15,000, or I've tripled my money to 15,000, and I was only expecting to make $5,000, going from 5,000 to 10,000, I have 5,000 to play with. Lock up the 10,000, your $5,000 that you put in, plus your 5,000 profit. Now you gamble with your 5,000. If you have to, open up another account. Open another MT5 account. Open up another MT4 account. Dump that profit into it. Full margin the shit out of that money. Take that money and build it. If you believe there's going to be more opportunities later in the session, take those profits and hammer the shit out of it. But don't come back to myself or Rakil and be upset that you lost 10% when you made 15% at 7 a.m. and now you're down to 5%. That was the risk that you were willing to take because you were trying to make more money. If you can manage that aspect and you turn around and you say, hey, there's an opportunity to take 10% and make it 100%, hey, no one's going to stop you. You know, USD CAD rates come out. I already made 15% for the day. Rakil says, hey, Ted, take a sell here. Okay. Move my money over to my other account because now I have this money left over. Boom. Make 100% on my money. I didn't risk my own money. I risked the house money. These are little tricks that you have to use to give yourself those opportunities in your session. And know that sometimes your session, you may finish your trading day in 5 minutes. Some days it takes an hour. Some days it takes 30 minutes. But there are opportunities for you to be successful if you really understand your session, you understand the timing of your session, you understand the candles in your session, and you understand how the candles operate at certain times in those sessions, and you're able to adapt. And when you do that, you will see your account increase exponentially, and you'll be happy because you are making progress. Whether it's a penny progress, 10 cents progress, $1 progress, $10 progress, it's progress. You have to look at the fact that you are becoming profitable. You cannot look at the dollar value. If you look at the dollar value, that's just going to hurt you. When you go to a job and you work full time, do you look at the dollar value and say, well, I make $15 an hour, I make $20 an hour, I deserve more? No. No one ever turns around and sits in a job and says, I deserve more money. You go to the boss and you say to the boss, I deserve more money. The boss says, no, you either take what you get or you get fired. So are you not successful there? Like, why don't you compare your job to everybody else's job? Why aren't you a doctor? Why aren't you a lawyer? Like, why is it that now when people trade, they compare their account balances to somebody else, or they compare their success to somebody else? I don't understand. We're all individuals. We're all different people. You have to apply the same concepts that you would in real life to trading Forex. And when you do that, you will become successful in your own right. And that is basically what you want to do on a daily basis to put yourself in the top percentage of profitable traders. So hopefully that gave a little bit of information. Went through some stuff there.
Awesome. Perfect. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to go refill on my coffee. And yeah, so we'll be back. In the meanwhile, please enjoy these adverts.
It's got more maple in it. And my grandkids think that's cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you want more maple, you can just stop looking. Now you're cooking. It's got more maple in it. fun sportswear for the moving moments in your life. Halloween. A night for tricks. Michael Myers is still alive. A night for treats. A night for fear. Halloween USA. Their case for each other could be hiding. A case for murder on USA tomorrow at 9. Crispy rolls are on the table. Pillsbury, you dig? But it looks like a little guy's gone and done something big. Now Pillsbury sweet rolls have more of everything you love, so you can have a sweet good morning. More cinnamon, more creamy caramel, more sticky ooey gooey. It's the story they got to tell. Pillsbury sweet rolls. Have yourself a. It's common knowledge that the simple act of petting a dog can make people healthier and happier. It's even been suggested that people who own dogs lead longer, fuller lives. Now, knowing what dogs do for you, wouldn't it be nice to do the same for them? You can. By feeding your dog Iams every day, it's more nutritious because its quality ingredients are more digestible. Iams dog food, good for life, from the Iams Company. It's time for a brand new pain reliever that lasts longer than even your tough pains. The pain reliever is new Tylenol Extended Relief. With its unique bi-layer caplet, the first layer gives you fast relief now, and the second works continuously so it can last all day. It's the longest lasting Tylenol ever, so tough pain goes away and stays away longer. New Tylenol Extended Relief. The pain goes away, the pain stays away all day. It's a pain reliever whose time has come. Milton Bradley makes the game, little kids love it best. Candyland's the first game they'll never forget. There's always Mr. Bucket, buckets of fun. For a happy good time, Mr. Bucket's the one. And hurry, hurry, it will feed on laughter and glee. Hurry, hurry, it will there as fun as can be. Little kids love playing games, you don't have to guess. Milton Bradley makes the game, little kids love it best. What's for dinner? Hamburger helper lasagna. It's a real good, feel good meal. Hot home cooked hamburger helper. Makes a real good, feel good meal. It's a real revolution. Liquid and powder in one makeup from CoverGirl. Ultimate Finish Liquid Powder Makeup. It's one makeup that gives you the flawless coverage of the liquid and the soft finish of the powder, all in one compact. For the ultimate natural look, it's flawless, weightless, wondrous. Liquid and powder in one makeup. Ultimate Finish Liquid Powder Makeup. Only from CoverGirl. Los Angeles, 2007. Get out of here. A city about to self-destruct. The only hope is the Double Dragon. So where's the album? Double Dragon, rated PG-13, starts Friday, November 4th at select theaters. Hey, get this. They've improved Cheerios.
They've improved Cheerios?
Now, is that legal? Cheerios is better. Go ahead, try it. I'll take that challenge. Now Cheerios is golden toasted to stay crispier longer in milk for a better, crispier taste.
It even looks better.
And still with only 1 gram of sugar. Much crispier. Yeah. Okay, proving your case.
Duckman gets to star in the reality-based cop show.
To solve American Dick's 100th case.
Instead of real cops arguing with drunks, a fake duck grapples with this.
I can't believe it! I've been drinking expired milk!
Duckman, right after Weird Science. Saturday night, the weirdest hour on television is on USA.
Years ago, the world belonged to the dinosaurs.
Within a couple months, he had gone through the Hooked on Phonics, and we could not stop him from reading every book he could get his hands on.
Hooked on Phonics answered 2 of my prayers really for him. It gave him confidence. He's a different child now. And it made him a person who loves to read. We really believe that any child can benefit from Hooked on Phonics.
Call 1-800-ABCDEFG.
All right, so we are back. Hooked on phonics. Hope that phone number still works. What happens when you have 111? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Okay, so let's get back to momentum. All right, so the things that people have asked me about momentum are the following things. You know, what exactly is momentum, right? Momentum is basically, now here's how I view momentum on the charts, right? So now let's say you're standing at a bus stand, right? You're standing at a bus stop and the bus comes by. So the bus is moving in momentum, right? So you're jumping on the bus. So you're catching that momentum. That's momentum, right? Momentum is when price is breaking out of consolidation, right? Because you know what, like the longer price consolidates, the harder it's going to break out, right? That breakout is momentum, right? When there's news events and when price moves hard, that's when you have momentum. Because people say, oh, well, when is there momentum in the market? Well, there you go. When there's a lot of volume in the market, when markets open, as Ted says, that when people come into work, let's say at the banks or institutions or hedge funds, right? Orders start coming and then there's momentum. That's why they say we have New York push or we have Asian push or that guy on YouTube with that London breakout strategy guy, you know, because there's momentum at London breakout. So that's what he says. You catch momentum, right? Because momentum is when price is moving in one direction really fast, right? So that's where your money is made, right? So how can I ride momentum, right? Now, riding momentum, it translates into like, how are you entering the momentum, right? So, because like, let's say that price is moving down hard. Price is moving down hard, right? So when are you entering this momentum? Are you entering right over here? Or are you entering right over here? Right? If you're entering right over here, you're probably getting stopped out or you're getting into a drawdown because of this pullback. Right? That's not a smart way to enter momentum. Entering momentum is the same thing that we just discussed earlier. Like when momentum is down, you're selling a resistance, right? We're going to go over a lot of examples here. We're going to go over a lot of examples. So you're selling resistance. So now when you're selling resistance, you're watching price go up and mentally it's really hard to sell it because it's coming up. But what you can do is you can wait for confirmations. Okay? We're going to go over confirmations as well in small time frames. So you can wait for confirmations and then continue the momentum down. Right? Same thing with news. When news comes, price shoots up. But then it's going to retrace. Right? And then it's going to continue moving up. So you're catching momentum. So you want to catch momentums, right? That's how you catch momentums. So let's see what's next. Oh, when does the momentum end, right? When does it end? The momentum ends when there's no volume left in the market, or when there's no activity happening in the market. Let's say at like 3 p.m. Eastern, after New York close, or after Asian close, there's this small time frame when there's no momentum, or between New York close and Asian open, there's no momentum. So when there's no momentum, what do? Just like right now, you open up the charts, there's no momentum. Will you place a trade? Not me, right? Will an idiot place a trade when there's no momentum? Oh yeah, yep. But as Dwight says, will you do what an idiot will do? No, you're not. You're not going to do that thing. Is it different on all time frames? Is momentum really different on all time frames? Yes and no, but most probably no. Momentum is the same on all time frames, right? But let's say if you're looking at the 5-minute time frame, so on 5-minute time frame, price is going to move maybe, let's say 10 pips, but it may retrace 6-7 pips, right? If you're looking at the 1 hour time frame, price may move 20, 25 pips, but it may retrace 10, 15 pips. If you're looking at the daily time frame, price may move 100 pips, but it may retrace 50, 60 pips, right? So there's momentum in all time frames, but it's all relative to what time frame you're looking at, right? Because all time frames, they're going to move, well, cosmetically, they'll move the same way, but pip-wise, it's going to be different because smaller time frames, there's going to be less pips. On bigger time frames, they're going to be much bigger pips. That's why you have swing traders, because they target bigger pips, because they can hold drawdowns if they get into drawdowns, or they can hold until the price reaches their target, right? But when you're scalping smaller time frames. You're smashing 10, 15 pips at a time, right? And that's all based on your goals and whatnot. But then people say, oh, market sessions and momentum, what? What does that mean? You know, like when you have market sessions, okay, and there's momentum in market sessions, how long does the momentum last? So I have the answer to that question. Let's take a look at this chart. We love seeing charts, do we? Right? We love seeing charts, right? Perfect. So let's take a look at this chart. Let's break down this chart a little bit, right? So over here you have Asian Open, right? This is 2:15 GMT. Asian Open started 15 minutes ago. So you see there's momentum, right? There's momentum. This is a 15-minute chart. So you have momentum, right? And then you have this small time frame here, this time zone where Asian is closing. And when Asian is closing or closed, there's no momentum, right? So when you're drafting a trading plan, you're probably telling to yourself that, okay, I have time to look at charts at Asian Open. So I'm going to look at chart every day from Asian Open till maybe midway Asian, because there's always going to be momentum, right? That's what you're telling yourself. And then we move into, so this is basically London Open, right? So this is London Open right over here. We have momentum, right? Price move down, price moves up, and then we have this consolidation area when it's probably lunchtime, so there's less momentum. What would signal that start momentum? Break of support and retest? Yes. So that's going to be a break of support and retest, right? So we're going to go into that. We're going to go into that detail later too, right? And then when we move into now this purple area, now if you can look at the times here, this is pre New York right over here. 2:15. Yeah, this is pre-New York right here, right? So we see this movement. This is momentum. We have some momentum right over here, right? And then as we move towards closer to New York Open, you have this consolidation phase, right? When New York opens, you have this momentum here. Okay, price is in momentum now. This is all New York session. We have all this movement, right? This is all momentum. Right, so once price keeps going, it keeps going, right? So we're going to get into these technicals in the next slides, but for now, we're just looking at the different times of the day when there is momentum in the market, right? So let's look at the next one over here. What's this time? This is dead time. This is after New York close and before Asian Open, right? There's no momentum. Consolidation, because there are no orders going through, there's no activity happening in the back end, nothing. So there's consolidation, right? And then we have pre-Asian, right? Pre-Asian. Now most of you guys who have been trading pre-Asian with us, right? You must have noticed that, okay, like sometimes people enter early because they've spotted a shift in momentum, right? When Asian opens right over here, 200 hours GMT, you have momentum. See, price starts to move. You have momentum. And then price starts to die off when Asian closes. So we have consolidation. Right? So this is all the activity happening, all the news coming in, news events happening in the background, you know, fundamentals taking part. We have this momentum here. But then consolidation, and when London opens, we have momentum again. Price goes up, price goes down, does what it has to do. If you have momentum, pre-New York, right over here. Consolidation before New York open, and then we have momentum again. And momentum as we get into New York, right? So let's go to the next slide here. Let's look at how, basically, now the next slide is going to be what Ted talked about on the daily, like, you know, like how the chart acts on like the daily thing. So we're going to just look at that. All right. So this is a weekly chart. This is a 1 hour time frame over the course of the week, right? So over the course of this week, you have Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? So here you can see, okay, the start of the week, as the day ended, there was a shift in momentum, right? Tuesday start, you know, there was less momentum right over here. And then as Tuesday started, people started to work, like, you know, you're going through all the sessions, there was momentum, right? Then came Wednesday when everyone is going full blast. Right. So, okay. So then you can turn around and say, okay, maybe Wednesday is going to be a good day to trade because there's a lot of movement. Right. But as Wednesday comes to a close, look what happens. Consolidation. Right. This is 2-3 p.m. Eastern consolidation. And then Thursday starts. We have some momentum. And then mid Thursday, consolidation. And then as we move into New York session Thursday, there's a lot of activity because at the end of the week, Thursdays, there's normally news for USD, right? So there's a lot of momentum. And when Friday comes around, like, you know, this is the end of the week. So end of the week, everyone's closing orders, you know, everyone's starting to go home. So there's a lot of momentum. And then the momentum dies, right? Monday comes around, consolidation. Right, so maybe now you're thinking, okay, this Monday is consolidation. The previous Monday over here was also some sort of consolidation. So unless I'm a good trader, I can probably trade Mondays because there's consolidation. I can probably, like, you know, keep myself afloat. But when I look at last Tuesday, there was a lot of momentum in Tuesday. There was a lot of volume. So maybe this Tuesday will be a lot of volume too. So now you're like, okay, I'm going to trade Tuesday, right? So when Tuesday comes to a close and Wednesday comes in, you look at the last Wednesday, you're like, oh, fuck, there was a lot of volume in Wednesday. So maybe this Wednesday will be a lot of volume too. So there we go. We have a lot of volume, right? So now at the end of Wednesday, we had consolidation. What happens this Wednesday? At the end of Wednesday, we have consolidation. See how the market does the same thing? It's doing the same thing. It's not getting smarter. It's not getting harder, right? And then Thursday starts. You have some volume, right? You have volume. Because the last Thursday was also news. And then look, this is the news events and there's volume. And Friday, we have consolidation. And as the week comes to a close, we have some momentum. And we have momentum, right? And the week closes, consolidation. So this is what you are looking for, like when you're planning days to trade, right? So now I know in my mind that Wednesday, Thursday, and Tuesday are my biggest days to trade because there's a lot of volume in those days, right? So now what I'm saying is that, okay, my part-time job is maybe only on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Oh, spoiler alert. Yes, right? So my part-time job is maybe on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because this is when there's a lot of volume. And if I can sit down on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from, let's say, 6 to 9 in the evening, maybe I can catch something or see something which I didn't see before. But now when I have all this simplicity in front of me, when I have all this information, right? Maybe now it can get easier, right? Maybe I can see things clearly now. Like Mondays, there's consolidations. Maybe it's not a good time to trade, right? Friday, there's a lot of haphazard movements. Okay, maybe not a good time to trade. But Wednesday, there's a lot of volume. Thursday, there's a lot of volume. And Tuesday, right? So maybe I can do something with those 3 days. So now guess what's happened now? Now you have a part-time job, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 hours a day or 4 hours a day, right? Provided you're not looking at the charts at the other days, or when you're not looking at the charts when you're not supposed to look at the charts, right? So basically you're identifying the times when there's a lot of momentum in the market and you're taking advantage of that. This is what momentum looks like. I don't even know why I have this meme over here. It's just a random meme. No idea why I had it on there. I just realized it. All right, so now we're gonna get to the interesting part. We're gonna get to the EMA retests and wick fills. But before we go over there, does someone have any questions on momentum or something? So volume is technically analysis, since if it's making, yes, exactly. So volume is basically, what I've found is that when price makes a low or it makes a high, you know, with ferocious movement, it's going to retest that high or low, right? Because it was in momentum, it reached a high, and then the momentum start to die down, so it like kind of retraced, and then it's going to continue that way because price is still in momentum. No, I don't look at the volume indicator. If price is in downtrend, so the scalper, would you just sell the resistance since that's the trend, or would you buy your supports also? It depends. It depends what your trading plan is, right? Because when you're looking at the chart, you're looking to either sell or a buy. You're not looking at both. You have to realize that. You're not looking at a buy and a sell, because if you're looking at a buy and a sell, then you're contradicting your analysis. Yeah, stick to one bias. If you're looking for a sell, you're just looking for a sell. If you don't see that sell that day, that's totally fine. Because you know what? You're following your plan. And if you didn't see what you wanted to see, that's okay. Now you're moving on to the next day. Yeah, exactly. Do you adjust the support resistance on the 15-minute time frame? Yeah, we're gonna get on to that. But yeah, like you're continually, like every time you look at the charts, you're adjusting to see, okay, where can I have a prime entry? Because your entry will determine your stop loss, right? If you have a good entry, you can have a 10 pip stop loss. But if you have a bad entry, you're gonna have a 15 pip stop loss or a 20 pip stop loss, right? Rakil, do you study candles or look at the bigger picture? I look at everything. So the next section we have on EMA retests and wick fills, it's gonna go all into that. With high momentum candles, the 50% candle normally retested. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I haven't really focused on that. I'm a very visual learner, and this webinar is based all on visual learning, right? And it's all like, and some technicals there too, but mostly it's visual. So we're going to go over that now. What candlestick types are most important? Bullish engulfing and bearish engulfing. I've seen them to work in the past couple of months, right? Okay. Can you explain exhaustion candles? Yeah. It's amazing what few line the chart can show you never looked right. Yeah. So you really gotta focus on what the chart is saying. How has weed affected your trading? It depends. How does heroin affect your professional life? You know, or how does meth affect your marriage or your job? Questions you need to ask yourself. Like, what kind of question is that, man? All right. EMA retests and wick fills. People say they don't work, but for them to work, you need to see the bigger picture. Yes, you need to see the bigger picture. In what time frame does engulfing candles work the most? Engulfing candles, they work in all time frames. It depends what trading plan you have, right? So after we're done with this webinar, I want everyone to make trading plans based on the trading plan section. Most important. All right, so let's go to the EMA retest and Wick fills. All right. The question you need to ask yourself is, do you understand time frames? Do you really know what a time frame really is, except for the fact that, oh, I have a 4-hour time frame. Okay, this is a 4-hour time frame, right? But do you really know that smaller time frames will work together, will move in their own different ways to create that 4-hour time frame, right? Do you really know the true difference between all the smaller time frames, like 5-minute and 1-hour time frames that make up the bigger time frames, right? So if you have a, let's say, for example, let's say if you have a engulfing bullish candle on the 4-hour, right? Let's say this is a engulfing candle on the 4-hour, bullish engulfing, right? So if you have a bullish engulfing, you can say, oh yeah, we have a bullish engulfing candle, so this means that we're going up, right? No, what you need to do is you need to drop down in the smaller time frames, and you need to see that if the smaller time frames are trying to go down, because if they are trying to go down, then maybe the next candle will form like this. And now you have a rejection because you caught it from the smaller time frames, and now the next candle will drop down, right? So you really need to understand how smaller time frames will create a larger time frame, right? So now we have examples. All those examples are based on this fact that how smaller time frames will create the bigger time frame. Everything back to that trading plan. You don't get one use. Yeah, exactly, man. You gotta have a trading plan. You got the trading plan is like your blueprint to success. Just like when you start a business, you have a business plan, right? You don't turn around and say, okay, we're gonna sell our product for $100. No, you have a plan. How are you gonna sell it? Where are you gonna sell it? And then you determine the price in the end, right? Same with trading. You have a trading plan. What are you going to look at? How are you going to find it? What time are you going to look at the chart, right? Taking trades come in the end, right? So let's go to these, some of these examples we have. This is all on like how small time frames build a larger time frame. Okay. All right. So check this out. We have a 1-hour time frame, right? 1-hour time frame went to resistance, and then it's at resistance right over here. And this is the 1-hour candle forming right now, right? This is what the 15-minute looks like. This is a 5-minute. This is what the 15-minute looks like. And this is what the 30-minute looks like. So just by looking, honestly, just by looking at the 1-hour time frame, where do you think it's going to go? Like when you just look at it. Okay, perfect. So I have some down. Some people said personal, privately messaged me down. Some saying up. Okay, perfect, perfect. So okay, the ones who are saying down, oh yeah, that's understandable because we've rejected resistance here. So this wick might get filled, right? This wick might get filled. But when you're looking at 5-minute, right, you have this move, and now you have consolidation, right? On the 15-minute, you can see these higher highs being made, right? So now the next slide is going to show you how these smaller time frames are dictating the bigger time frame. Check this out. See, now as the 5-minute time frame just started to create these higher lows, right? You can sense on the 15-minute, okay, yeah, we're probably going to go up to test this high. So in this case, this wick will not get filled because you're looking at the smaller time frame, then you're saying, okay, we're going up. Even though this 30-minute rejected resistance, it had a wick to fill to continue down. But the smaller time frames dictated, no, we're going up. Yeah, this is the previous side. Right? So you're looking at smaller time frames. So even though the trend is up, right? You're not saying that you're going to sell resistance. You're not saying that once price comes to resistance, I'm going to sell it, because that's a counter trend trade. Get it? That's a counter trend trade, right? Now you have momentum. Look on the 5-minute. There's so much bullish momentum, and this is a retracement. We're doing a retracement here, right? So when there's bullish momentum and you have this range to fill here on the left, here on the left, here on the left, this makes no sense because this is 1 hour, right? But if you're looking at smaller time frames, you can see there's momentum. So what are you going to do? Are you going to trade the trend? I'm going to trade the trend. This was what? This was, I think this was 14 pips. Started off from 810, went to 960. Yeah, 15 pips. I'm going to trade the trend. Okay, we're going up. We're going up. Gonna hop on that train. Okay, looking at the price over here. Looking at the price over here. What pair is this? This is one of the IQ questions. Perfect. Wick fills. Okay, wick fills. Now, I'm about to show you that two very important concepts of wick fills, right? Two very important concepts. I have done wick fills for the last year, almost a year and 3 months, right? Very, very important concepts. Write this down and read this and really like grasp these two ideas, right, of wick fills. Wick fills are a continuation of a move after a retracement, okay? Wick fills are a continuation of a move. Went down, after a retracement, pull back in downtrends, pull back, and then went down to fill this wick, right? Or dips in uptrends, right? Dip, created a wick, and went up. Fill this wick, okay? Fill this wick. Very important. This is the first part though. The second part is after this, right? So wick fills are continuation of a move after a retracement. It's a continuation, which means you're trading the trend. You're going with the trend, because when a candle is leaving a wick, this is like a breadcrumb for the next candle, right? So if the next candle forms, it's probably going to fill this wick, right? Now it depends, like which wick are you targeting? Is this 1 hour? You know, is this 4 hour? Is this 5-minute? Right? What time frame you're going to target? Yeah, we're going to go over every question you have. I already know what question you have. I already know what question you have. And we're going to go all over that. Don't worry. Don't worry. Right? So if you're targeting 5-minute, it's probably going to be 3 pips. But if you're targeting 4 hour, this is going to be maybe 15, 20 pips, 30 pips, 40 pips, right? If you're looking at 1 hour, maybe 10, 15 pips, right? But let's say this is a 4-hour wick. If this is a 4-hour wick, what's going to be the market structure on smaller time frames? Wouldn't it be like something like this? Have this pullback. So this pullback is candle closing right over here, correct? And then we have some movement like this, right? This top is the next candle making a wick. Some people call it a fake out. See, had a question about a fake out. We've answered fake out right over here. If you're looking at the overall picture, right, this is a wick being formed on the next candle, on a higher time frame candle, because now you're looking at the overall picture, right? But where are you entering? Maybe you're entering when this starts to go down, right? Maybe you're entering right over here when it's making a high, because now you know we're in a downtrend. We have this wick to fill, this wick right over here. And this wick to fill is this bottom the market made, right? So you enter over here and you write this wick down, and then you take a screenshot and you post it on Instagram and say, look, wick got filled. Yes, this will be uploaded in the drive. I can't repeat myself because I just can't repeat it the way I said it. I can't repeat it the way I can say it, you know. So yeah, you just have to like go back and look at it, right? Does this make sense? This just made sense to me a few months ago. Yeah, just one time only. You win a lottery once, you don't win it afterwards. That philosophy changed my trading forever. Like, you know, how to trade the trend. That's how you trade the trend. That changed my trading. Let's look at the next part. Next most important concept. During volatile session times, there is momentum. And when there's momentum, wicks get filled, right? So when there's, let's say when price is moving zigzag, you know, there's no momentum. All the wicks are getting filled, but there's no momentum. There's no pips to give. But when there's momentum, right, price is leaving these big ass wicks. Like, you know, these wicks are getting filled when there's momentum, when sessions are open, when there's news events, right? When there's news events, price is making highs, like on interest rates or NFPs, they're dropping down and coming back right up. Right? If you're buying over here, you're probably getting stopped out because the faster it moves up, the faster it's going to retrace, and then it's going to continue moving. Right? So you're waiting for candles to close to see how big wicks they're leaving, or you're waiting for retracements on smaller time frames. Rejection wick has no body. What? Rejection wick has no body. So what you're saying is this is a rejection wick and this is the candle with no body, right? This makes sense? Little body, no. A rejection wick is a big wick with a small body. This is what's going to be a rejection wick with a small body. Yeah, doji, whatever, right? But you're also looking at smaller time frames. That what if this is a 4-hour candle? What is the 5-minute market structure on this 4-hour candle? Or what is the 15-minute market structure on this 4-hour candle? Right? So this wick may not get filled because this is exhaustion wick. But if you have a wick like this, right? And price is in bullish momentum, then yeah, of course, this wick will get filled because we are moving up. If you're trading the trend, wicks will get filled. Simple. Rejection wick is like a candle which has long. Yeah, exactly what Jeremy said. So now we're gonna keep taking notes. Keep taking notes. After this section, we're gonna answer questions, right? And some questions are coming right up. Some questions are coming right up. All right. So sometimes what happens is that a trader comes to me and says, "Oh, it's 3:23 p.m. Eastern time, man. It's near close. Why isn't the wicks getting filled?" "Oh, wicks don't get filled. It's the Fugazi. Stupid wicks. How can the wicks getting filled? They don't get filled all the time." But you need to ask yourself this question. Or you need to ask yourself the following questions now. Is your IQ 108? You must be a genius, right? You must be a genius. If wicks not getting filled, ask yourself these questions. Is there volume in the market? Right? Look at your trading plan. Is there volume in the market? Is this time when there's volume in the market? Right? Is this the time when there's volatility in the market? Is there? If it's 3:23 p.m. Eastern after New York closes, there's volatility in the market. Probably not. If there's no volatility and there's no volume, it means there's no momentum, right? Right? There's no momentum. Oh, look, when there's no momentum, wicks might not get filled, right? Be smart. If your trading plan says that you need to look at the market from 6 to 9 when there's momentum and you need to train your eyes to catch movements, that's all what you're going to do. Because if you're not going to do that, if you're going to look at it at 3:23 p.m. Eastern time and say, hey, wicks don't get filled, well, guess what? Wicks are not going to get filled, right? Yeah, no momentum, no trade. Momentum, trade. When there's momentum, that's when you make money. You're here to make money, right? You're here to make money. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into the anatomy of wicks. We're going to go into the deeper, like how the wicks are made, right? We're going to go into deeper this phenomenon, like what people say it can't happen. Like we need to go deeper, man. We need to go deeper in this situation over here, right? So step 1, spot a wick fill on the higher time frame, right? That's step 1. That's all what you got to do. You need to spot a wick fill, right? Sometimes, like, most people say, oh, hey, like, I see a 4-hour candle forming like this, and the trend is down, and next candle. So this is, let's say, 9 a.m. Eastern, right? It's 9 a.m. Eastern. There's a lot of volatility in the market. It's a Thursday or a Wednesday or Tuesday, man. There's so much volume. This wick is going to get filled. I know it deep inside me, but you need to wait for your entry, right? Why do you need to wait for your entry? You need to wait because of simple fact that you need to go into the lower time frames to engage, right? Because if this exactly, Daniel, you get a golden star for the liquidity wick. If this wick is getting filled on a 4-hour, also understand that the next 4-hour candle has to make a top wick, right? So how can you catch that top wick? You jump into the lower time frames to engage, right? You jump into, because on the lower time frames, as we discussed earlier, if price makes a low, makes a high, lower time frames will tell you when to enter to fill this wick. Simple, right? This happens every day. Promise you, this happens every day. HODL means hold on to dear life. Yep. All time frames coexist, just like nature, just like flowers and bees and birds. Like if you take bees out of this ecosystem, the ecosystem will collapse. It will just get destroyed, right? Same thing over here. Everything is moving in perfect harmony, right? Everything. So you need to really understand that, okay, what am I basically looking for? Like this happens every day. If you're looking at the charts from 6 to 9, you in a week or 2 weeks, you will see this happen every day. But if you're looking, okay, I'm going to go into this topic at the end because this is a very interesting topic, right? So now let's go into deeper on charts, right? We're going to go into deeper on charts and show you like how wicks, wicks are formed. And these are just basically examples. All right. And some fun activities. Yeah, so step 1, simple. Spot a wick on the higher time frame, daily 4-hour, 1 hour. Okay. Are we in momentum? Are we trending? Yes. Will the wick get filled? Yes, because there's momentum. Okay. Now, jump to the lower time frame to engage. We're going to go over these examples now. All right, so here we have the 1-hour candle, right? So this candle starts on the 5-minute right over here, right? So now notice we had this entire, we have this wick here, right? This wick here. We have this wick here. Thanks, man. So this wick, you can say that, oh yeah, this is an exhaustion wick, right? Because this is a smaller body and it's an exhaustion wick. We are in an uptrend, right? So we're going to go up. But you got to wait for smaller time frames to engage. You got to wait for the smaller time frames, right? So when the 5-minute forms, it goes down. Right? It goes down, and then you look left, and on the 5-minute, you can see, okay, we've made this bearish engulfing, so probably we're going to head down over here to fill this wick, right? But if you look on the 1 hour, this wick is filling this wick, right? So see now on the smaller time frames, this makes much more sense to you than this right over here. Does this make sense? Say yes. What price was this? This is probably 148, and we dropped all the way down to, what price is this? Like on 0.48, 10 pips, right? 10 pips, right? So again, this is the start of the 1 hour candle, right? This is the start of the 1 hour candle right here. So the first 5 minutes of this 1 hour candle was a bearish engulfing candle. So now you're like, oh shit, it formed a big bearish candle. And now when I look left, there's this wick over here. So maybe if I enter, I can fill this wick, right? Yeah, no problem. It's going to be recorded. Probably forming a new wick. Yeah, probably forming a new wick. But see, you said it's probably forming a new wick. Like you're thinking it's forming a new wick, right? But if it's in momentum and you have this wick to fill, okay, yeah, it's probably going to fill this wick, right? So the odds are filling this wick higher than not filling that wick and going up. Yeah, just like the neighboring candles, right? So let's go to the next example. There are lots of examples here for clarification. Let's go to the next one. All right, we're here. So, did you just hear me? No. Okay, so what to see over here is that this movement, right? All this movement on the 5-minute is this 1 hour candle. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to go over those too, right? So all this 5-minute movement is this 1 hour candle right over here. Right, so notice momentum was down, this small candle made, right? So there's no trade because now you don't know what's happening, right? There's no trade. But as soon as you hit support, you see this candle closed above price range, this candle closed above a price range, this candle closed above, it made a wick. Okay, so now, okay, couldn't break down in this candle. We couldn't break down in this candle. This candle definitely didn't break down, right? And it left this wick to fill. So maybe on the 1 hour, we might fill this wick, right? We might fill that wick on the 1 hour, right? So now if you go into the 5-minute time frame, right, this is the start of the 1 hour candle, right? Very important. If you don't understand this is so important to understand that this 5-minute candle is the start of the 1 hour candle. And all these 5-minute candles is equals to this one 1 hour candle. Understand this. Understand this concept. Momentum is down, that's for sure, but look what you're looking at. Look what you're looking at. Support. You have a wick fill, right? 5-minute candles are making higher lows, right? So maybe it's going to fill this wick, right? It's going to fill this wick. If momentum is down, when will you say it's going to break? right? Right? This is another IQ question, by the way. One eye candle form similar to this one. Yeah, exactly. But this is another IQ question. Look at the time. Look at this time. Look at the time. Is this New York Open? Is this? Yeah, exactly. There's no volume. So even though momentum is down, right? Will the momentum continue? No, there's no volume. So will you trade at this point? Maybe in a year when you get comfortable trading momentum, right? But what I'm showing is that how the smaller time frame is creating the overall bigger time frame. That's the thing. That's what you're focusing on. So now we're going to go into, so these wick fills may seem simple that, okay, like, you know, okay, session time is important as well as would be the slight pullback consolidation into X, exactly. No volume means reversal, not continuation. Yeah, don't focus on what no volume means. Don't focus on that. Focus on what it means when there's a volume, right? If you start focusing on, okay, so when there's no volume, there's continuation. Oh, well, maybe if I lost a trade in my trading time, I can just hop onto when there's no volume and take a reversal trade. Fuck no. You're playing yourself. If you're thinking like that, you shouldn't be trading, man. You should only focus on what you can control, right? And you can control your trading plan. Okay, I'm only trading from 6 to 9. That's it. And in 6 to 9, if there's momentum, I'm only trading momentum. If I lose a trade in momentum, will I go to the time when there's no momentum and try to catch a reversal? No, an idiot would do that, right? So will you do that? Probably not. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, 3 a.m. to 7 Eastern. Yeah, if that works for you, perfect. Just do that. Right? So just focus on, just stay focused, right? Just stay focused. Just like you have Rooney or Messi, all these soccer players, fuck, man, they can kick a ball, right? But they play either in defense, midfield, or striker, right? They're not going to turn around and say, oh, hey, yeah, now we're going to play defense. Or now we're going to play keeper. No, they will play what they play best, a striker. That's all. That's all what they're going to do. They're going to play striker. Yeah, Rooney. I don't like Manchester United anyways. All right. So wick fills are easy. What the fuck is a range fill? Right? Someone asked me this. Man, then what's a range fill? Right? Range fills are basically when people say look left. So now we're going to go over, yeah, supply demand. I'm not going to go into this supply demand and support resistance thing because it's the same thing, like supply demand, support resistance. I see that as the same thing, right? It's the same thing, just different names. Usually supply demand was made for stocks, right? Because in stocks, you're either buying demand or selling supply or whatever, right? But in Forex, they use support resistance. So it's that concept translated into Forex. Zone to zone, yeah, the same thing. It's all the same thing. Different names, you know, to make people look smart and whatever. But yeah, so range fills are when they say look left. Range fills are basically on your lower time frames, right? So let's get this one thing straight. Wick fills happen in momentum on higher time frames. Let's say there's a 4-hour time frame or a daily time frame and it has a wick and the wick is going to get filled, then you're looking at range fills on smaller time frame, right? So range is going to be something like this. Okay, price made a lower low, right? Lower. So this price will come down to fill this range. If price made a high and we have bullish momentum in the session, and if you see signs that price is moving up, we're going to go over confirms to what to look for when price is moving up. It's going to fill this range. On the higher time frame, This is going to be a wick fill. Make sense? Entry on resistance or broken support? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like that's what my idea is. So I also use EMAs in that as well, which we're going to add later to the charts here in a bit. All right. Okay. Looking left will give you clues to where price may go to fill the range. Right? If you're saying price is moving down and you're looking left, okay, we're moving down. How far are we moving down? You're looking left and you're seeing price make lows, or you see wicks to the left. You're like, okay, yeah, maybe we're going over there. Right? So if you're going to, let's say if price made these lows and price are kind of doing like this, and now it is starting to move down, you're looking left. You're looking to see, okay, we're moving at this spot, right? So how big is this spot? If this spot is 30 pips or 40 pips, right? How much are you trying to grab? Maybe 10 pips? 15 pips? That's what you're trying to grab, right? Can you go over stop loss placements? Yeah, I'm going to go. Listen, guys, I'm going to go over everything in this webinar, right? If I miss something, that's why we have the end of the session to ask questions. If I miss something. So patience, my friend. Yes, so this will be easy to pull up a line chart. Yeah, line chart, but like I've tried to use line charts. It just didn't make sense to me. And I tried to teach line charts too, but then they just start to get confused with line charts, and this is just like, you know, so yeah, so it will leave clues always, right? So let's look at some charts over here. So now you have this bullish momentum on 15-minute and 5-minute, right? 15-minute and 5-minute. So when you're looking at smaller time frames, you have this range to fill, and then you have this range to fill, right? Now on 15-minute, this range is right over here and over here. Now what's going to happen? Price is probably going to move either up or it's going to move down, right? Up or down, right? But it's what they always say, you got to wait for confirmations, right? Once price gets going in momentum, it's probably going to go to either the bottom zone or the top zone. So what confirms do you wait for? You wait for a shift in momentum. Let's move to the next slide. Look what happened, right? Let me just go back. Keep an eye on this candle over here, this 15-minute candle, right? Keep an eye on this candle, right? This 15-minute candle hasn't closed. And when this 15-minute candle closes, right over here, right, on the 5-minute, you can see that, okay, this is the last 5-minute candle of this 15-minute candle, right? This is where it closed. So if it closed like this means, okay, yeah, probably we're not going to continue to go up to fill this range, right? If we're moving down, you're probably going to enter at a confirm, right? So what's the confirm is going to be now? Everybody knows, I can guarantee you this, everybody knows the right time to enter, right? If you look deep down in yourself, if you look at all the demo trades you've taken, if you look at all the 1-cent lots you've taken and blurred them out, right? Think to yourself that all those trades you've taken, you have taken them at the right time. 80% people will agree to this, right? You've taken the trades when you're supposed to take those trades. But when you go around and follow your plan and you decide to take the risk that you're supposed to take, or you try to take the appropriate lot sizes, you get stopped out. Now, why do you get stopped out? Maybe you get stopped out because you enter late down over here. You don't enter when you're supposed to enter. You enter when you're not supposed to enter, and you get stopped out. And then you start questioning things. Exactly, it's hesitation. Everybody knows when's the right time to enter. You do it on your demos. You do that on 1 cent lots, 5 cent lots, like smaller lots. You do that with no fear, right? With no fear, because you know that if you lose this trade, you're probably losing 10 cents or $1, right? Because you've already accepted that loss. But when you open it with a $1 lot, you don't want to enter here because of that hesitation. That hesitation will not make you money. And no one can teach how to overcome that hesitation. Because if we're moving down, okay, we're moving down to this zone, 100%. We're moving down to this zone. And if this 15-minute continues like this and leaves wicks, maybe we're heading down to this zone. Who knows? But you're entering here, grabbing 10, 15 pips, and you exit where you have to exit, over here. But if you find yourself, you're hesitating, you got to fix that hesitation, man. No one's going to fix that for you. You gotta fix that hesitation. You have to realize, like, I see everyone, like, hiding lots and one. So I think of it as a way that, okay, are people really trying to take trades just to take trades and show off? Are they taking trades to really make money? Two very important concepts, right? Everyone is hiding lot sizes. I don't, like, as a coach, I don't know if you're trading 1 cent or $10. I don't know that. I don't know that. So you have to ask yourself that every day that you take a trade, are you taking that trade to show off to somebody? Or are you taking that trade to make money for yourself? Because if you're showing off and hiding lot sizes, you're getting nowhere, right? You're not getting over that fear of entering with the appropriate lot size. I'm going to tell you this right now, right? No one wants to pick up this topic of hiding lots, but that's just how it is. 70% people are not trading what they're supposed to trade in volume-wise. They're just getting by, right? Confirmation is going to be when you have this close, this 15-minute close right here. When it's closing, then you know, okay, yeah, we're heading down. Because now it's closed like this. Okay, yeah, it might retrace, right? So now you're saying, okay, we're going to fill this way. What's a good percentage? Yeah, we're going to go all over that, man. I'm going to go all over that. Let's leave the questions till the end. So now let's go to the next slide, right? No hesitation. And I'm going to go over how not to hesitate as well. I got it all down, boys. We're not leaving anything. Guess what happens? Next slide. Oh, okay, next slide. Look, came all the way down. Came all the way down to fill this range. Right? Now, how do you know it's going to fill this range? This range? You don't know. I don't know. Right? Yeah, exactly. So once you figured out that, okay, we've reached our target right here, which was this wick, you either put stop loss at break even or you take out some positions and let some run. Because who knows, maybe from here it continued to move up. But you're waiting for confirms. Entering here, very aggressive, very aggressive. Entering here without waiting for candle close, very aggressive. Where are you going to enter? Less aggressive, confirms. We have a bearish close. We have a wick over here. This is now an exhaustion wick. And now you have these wicks here. On the 5-minute time frame, it was much clearer. So now we'll go down to fill this wick. What did you do? You caught the momentum and you rode it down. and you let some run, oh, look what happened. You followed your trading plan, you let some run, and you caught more pips. That was a good day. Now daddy's off work early. Daddy can close charts early and spend time with me, right? Those of you who are dads out there, this is very important. Stay disciplined. Don't fuck around. Stay disciplined, right? Let's look at another example. Okay, now, what's going on here, right? What's going on here? Where's momentum? Is momentum down? Or is momentum up? What's happening? Where are we going? Where are we going? Are we going to go fill this range? Or are we going to go down to fill this range? Up, up, down, down, retest, pull back, up, look at the lower time frame, bearish, down, wait for confirms. Perfect. Ray wins the golden star. We wait for confirms. You wait for confirms, man. You wait for confirms. Confirms. Yes. So you wait for retracements, because now if we're moving up, we're probably filling this wick, right? We're probably filling this wick, right? It may not go all the way up, right? It may not go all the way up, but you're targeting what you're supposed to target. 10 pips, 15 pips, that's what you're targeting, right? So if you're entering here and you see, okay, if you look deep at what's happening over here, right? Candle came up, closed, this closed here, this started here, so this could be a support area. This could be a support area, right? So if price came up, it took a little bit of a break at the support area. Maybe it's going up to fill this wick. Or maybe it's going to continue up a little bit to this area right here, if you look left. Right? This is a very uneven line, but you get the idea. You get the drift, right? So let's see what happens. Let's see what really happens. Man, this thing over here. Look what happened. Fill this wick. Came up to this area. Right? Now you're getting 10 pips, 15 pips. What are you getting? Where are you putting a stop loss? At break even? Like, you know, stop loss below support, right? So when this candle forms, you're obviously waiting for a pullback. You're obviously waiting for a pullback because the pullback is happening. This is, forget that it's GJ. It happens on all currency pairs. It happens on all currency pairs, right? Maybe waiting for a pullback. So if you draw a line, you look left, you see this area, see where it pulled back to. Right? Continue up. Where was the entry? Your entry right over here, to fill this wick. This is what you're targeting. This wick fill and then move up, continue moving up, because now we're in momentum. It took a break here at support. You know, this candle retraced. Now it's moving up, back in momentum. Yeah, resistance turn support. Now IQs are going up. I love it. Awesome. Again, save your questions till the end. We're gonna have a question and answer session. Save them till the end. Write them down. If someone says I forgot a question, I'm gonna kick you because you're supposed to be writing them down. All right. What do we do over here? Is it going up? Is it going down? Or are we waiting? Wait for confirms. Wait for confirms. Yep, we're waiting. We're waiting over here. How about now? How about now? Where are we going? Yep. Probably going up. Probably going up because we consolidated and now we've broken out of consolidation. So this is your confirms, right? This is your confirms. Now we're going up. So where will your stop loss be? Maybe your stop loss is going to be right over here in this box, right? Because we're going up. You're choosing a direction. Either we're going up or we're going down. It's not like you're saying, oh, maybe we're going down. No, you got to choose your direction. You got to choose your trade. And you really got to commit to that trade, man. Once you commit to that trade, you have committed to greatness, because either that's going to go up and bring you profits, or it's going to go down, hit your stop loss, and you're going to learn a lesson. There's greatness in losers and winners. You have to understand that. If you take losing trades as blows to your ego, you fucked up. Because every losing day is a character building day, man. Trust me. Trust me on that. I used to do sales, and for a month I had 0 sales. You know, I left a factory job where I was getting $400 a week to do sales, commission only. A month, 0 sales. What did I do? I kept doing it because every losing day was a character building day, bro. And then I made it. My first week trading sales, I made 8K. And then sold TVs in parking lots. No, I was about to, but then I didn't do that. Exactly. You got to try, man. You got to try. If you don't try, you're not going to get better. You have to try. Let's see what happens. We went up. Broke consolidation. Price kind of like, you know, did a little hippity scotch. Went up. This is being recorded, yeah. Of course it's being recorded. What kind of question is that? Right? So we fill this range. Where it's going to go after that, who knows? Because this was 10, 15 pips. This was 15 pips. 069, and we started from like 8, like let's say 900, right? Almost 20 pips. If you're scalping 20 pips, scalping, that's a lot of pips. I know mans who can't even catch 5 pips to save their life. Stop loss would be how many pips? Stop loss would be how much you want to lose. It's not like how many pips. It's going to be how much you want to lose. That's your stop loss, right? You can have your stop loss right over here. How much are you willing to lose in this trade? If you're opening a $1 lot, how much are you willing to lose? 10-cent lot, how much are you willing to lose? Yeah, but if it's 1 to 2, okay, let me just, I think a roast session is about to start, okay? 1 to 2, okay, 1 to 2. Let's say you enter right over here, right? And your stop loss is right over here, right? Your stop loss is here. You're like, okay, stop loss is 1. Stop loss is 1. And my target is, okay, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 2, right? So this is my target right over here. This is your target. So what happens when price goes up here and you're saying, you know what, I'm going to stick to my 1 to 2 ratio and I'm going to TP when price goes over here, up over here. What if price dumps down over here? What are you doing? You're fucked. And I promise you, new traders, what are you doing? You're extending your stop loss down over here, praying it doesn't break support. It goes down, you're extending it over here, praying it doesn't break support. Then what happens? You're extending it over here. Pray it doesn't break support. Right? Praying, hoping you get a promotion, hoping Forex makes you rich. Praying doesn't help you, man. Being smart helps you. So if you're like, okay, my stop loss is, let's start over. Your stop loss is right here, right? And it's filling this range because you believe it's going to fill that range because we broke out of consolidation. You're taking profits. Even if this is 1 ratio 0.5, your belief is stronger than your risk. Yeah, you can move stop loss and profits too, but your belief has to be stronger than your risk. Trust me on that. Trust me on that. I know guys who have made millions risking more than they would gain because their belief is stronger than the risk. And what they've seen happen over and over again, like sometimes I risk twice as much as what I'm going to gain because they've seen something happen, right? So repeat this. Your belief has to be stronger than what you're risking. But also be smart about the risk, though. Be smart about the risk. Be very smart about the risk. Be okay with what you're about to lose, right? So you're catching momentum. I got a lot of examples over here, a lot of IQ tests, a lot of roasting to be done. Let's move forward. A lot of roasting in session. Okay, let's add EMAs. All right, we're adding EMAs now. EMA retests. Oh, they're cops. Cops are coming bad. Show you bad traders. All right, EMAs we use. 14, 50, 200. If someone asks me what EMAs I use, oh boy, you know, thanks to Wakar for gotta give him a shout out. Wakar, you know, he showed me these EMAs. You know, good guy, Wakar. But don't rely on EMAs a lot, guys. I'm telling you, because always make sure price action makes sense. Okay, if price action makes sense, then EMAs is added powerful confluence for you. Trust me, EMAs is like you've seen those cartoons. What are they called? Thundercats, right? It's that sword. It's that extra confirmation, right? It's the extra confirmation that, okay, we are going where price wants to go, because now price action says we're going there. Then, okay, you look at EMAs. EMAs says, yeah, hell yeah, we're going there, you know? But also, EMAs also help you as dynamic support and resistance once price is trending, right? Because once price is trending, you're basically looking at, okay, if price is moving up, you will notice EMAs are kind of like cradling price up. You know, sometimes when UJ or gold or GJ move, they move way up. And you can just look at EMAs and say, oh yeah, look, it's trailing. This is trailing, so it's moving up. Oh yeah, perfect, right? So I'm sure some of you are asking, oh, what if candles close below EMAs, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're going to go over that. Everything, because I'm going to go over everything I had questions for. You know, so I had questions for everything. And this webinar is momentum trading only. All right. Remember this example? You remember this example? This was the previous example we looked at, right? Where price was consolidating, but now you add EMAs, right? Now you add EMAs and you say, okay, well, this price is closing above 14 EMA. So maybe if I buy over here, I can have a stop loss right over here, below 14 EMA, right? And then what's going to happen when price trails EMAs? Price goes up, because we know the outcome, price went up, because it's trailing. And once it broke out of this consolidation and you have confirmation with the 14 EMA, perfect, we went up. Right? If you're still asking why did we go up, you can watch this specific recording again. Okay, let's go to the next one. Yeah, bullish flag. I don't know what those flags are. I've never looked at those, so I don't know. All right. Remember this example? Remember this example? Right? I don't. I forgot about it. All right, so now what's happening over here? What's happening over here? Where are we going? Are we going to go up to test this range? Or are we going to go down to this zone? Okay, so I'm seeing someone saying down, 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 up. I'm saying up. I'm seeing down, then up. Fuck. There's no down, then up. There's either up or down. Double top. Wrong. Possibly 250. Down, down. People say EMA is trailing. What do you think? Okay, so what's going on over here is that now when price is fall. This is the previous example. This is the previous example where price went down, but now we're adding EMAs to this example. And the way we're waiting for confirms is that, okay, we're moving down, right? You see this, write this down, write this down. If you don't write this down, there's an example on this specific thing I'm about to tell you. There's an example on this. If you don't write this down, you fucked up. So you better write this down. Exactly. James Adams, you win a complimentary webinar. It's going to be in the drive, don't worry. We close below 14 EMA, should come to the 50 with bearish momentum. Perfect. We close below 14 EMA. There's momentum down. What's going to happen? It's going to come to 50. Once it breaks 50, it's going to go down to 200 because there's momentum. And look at the time. Look at the time. The time is pre-New York. Right? There's momentum. So when there's momentum, on the 1 hour, maybe this is a wick, but on the smaller 5-minute time frame, this is a range. What happens when there's momentum in the market? What happens? Exactly. We fill the fucking ranges. And when we fill the ranges, oh, we enter with ferocious tenacity because look what happens in the next slide. Just look what happens in the next slide, right? Oh, fuck, this gets me riled up. Look what happens in the next slide. You enter based on confirms, you know? Have a modest 10 pip stop, you know? You have a modest 10 pip stop. You can have a stop loss above 14 EMA, but hey, you know, that's aggressive. You don't need to be aggressive, right? You need to be smart. A modest 10 pip stop, right? Because if this candle breaks above 14 EMA, then yeah, we're probably going to go up, right? But you got to give it some room to, like, you know, breathe and shit. So look, we came down to fill this range. Once this candle broke down 50, you have the next candle coming all the way down to 200. Belief, the belief, man, in momentum, the belief is way bigger than the risk, I'm telling you. And then there's a bigger reward. I'm telling you this, guys, right now. Momentum is all, like, if you've been trading for 10 years, 5 years, and you're hearing this bullshit the first time, it's been working for me. It's been working for hundreds of people here in Forex family. I'm telling you this right now. Like, you know, it's time to change the way you look at charts, man. Momentum works. Momentum. Look, with momentum trading, look at the time. Right? Let's go to the next example. Those are EMAs. EMA means exponential moving average. So it has to be exponential. EMA can't be a simple exponential moving average, right? EMAs. 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 Oh my God. It was in the section. It was in the section we started. EMAs, it said. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, what's going over here? Sorry, just woke up. Yeah, if you're just waking up, well, I don't know. It's a Sunday. I was up at 6 a.m. You know, change the time. Change it. We're going down? Okay. Okay, what time frame is this? Don't forget about the time frame. Forget about the time frame. Forget about the time frame. Consolidation, okay, okay. Most people, they want to wait. Confirm, no confirm is perfect. Some say a wick fill, okay. If you're saying may go down, don't trade. Not enough info, need confirm. Some said wick fills. Okay, perfect. Everybody's right. Everybody who says wick fills, because look, this candle closed below 14 EMA. This candle closed below 14 EMA, but this is consolidation. So it's okay to wait, and it's okay to take a sell for the wick fill, because if this is the wick fill you're targeting, this wick will be filled, right? But this was like, you should be waiting for confirm. If you're aggressive, you can take this trade of like 10, 15 pips, right? But it's okay to wait too, because you had no confirms and you didn't have like a big rally or a big dip or whatever, right? So let's go to the next example. And the difference is the weighting of the last data point. Yes, exactly. Okay. What's going on over here? Why? Why are we going down? Okay. Okay. Closing below 50 EMA. Range, momentum, close below incoming cross. Fill range. This range? Yeah. Perfect. Look at the time. 8:15 a.m. New York session. New York session. I'm not entering right over here because this is a bullish candle, right? I'm not entering right over here to take a sell because I don't know what's happening. This could very well just say, yeah, we're going up, right? So you're waiting for confirms to tell you, right? So if this closes doji, this is not a confirm. You need a confirm, right? So now this candle closing below EMA is, now we have shift in this momentum and we have this range to fill, right? So when this candle formed, I'm not taking it a buy because this candle tells me nothing. I wait for this candle to form. This closes like this, I know very well we're not going up and I don't know if we're going down. But when this candle forms, I know, yeah, okay, we're going down now. Why not buy after that bullish? Because there's no confirmation, right? There's no confirmation. What the fuck are you going to do with this candle? What does that mean? Nothing, right? This means nothing. And then you decide, okay, well, you know, Raja, Ted, you know, whatever these retards, they say, wait for candle close. Okay, so, oh, now this candle closed like this. Oh, well, I guess we're not going up now. And I don't know if we're going down, so I guess I'll just wait a little more. And then this candle forms. Now, oh, I guess we're going down because now momentum is down, right? Now momentum is down. See? Momentum is down now. Let's go to the next example now. Yeah, let's go to the next example. What's happening now? What's happening now? Do we have consolidation? Are we going up? Are we going down? Consolidation means you're waiting for a confirm. Let's look at this slide here, right? Let's look at this slide. This candle closed below and it showed a strong bearish move, right? What does this candle show? Yeah, I'd wait for a candle close too. Because you know what? Patience, no one knows patience. Look. Who is this patience thing? I don't know any patience. You gotta have patience. You know? You gotta have patience. Yeah. Now what's going on over here? What's going on over here? Are we waiting for confirm? Or what are you doing? Because now you're looking at, let's see here. You are looking at two areas, right? You're looking at either price will go over here or price will go over here. Okay? You have two zones where price is going to go. But you don't know where it's going to go because you don't have confirm. You don't know where it's going to go. Yeah. You don't know where it's going to go. It's going to go one way, so you need confirmation, right? Because once it starts to go one way, it's going to go with ferocious movement because look at the time, man. Look at the time. This is New York session. So when there's momentum, it's going to go towards either this top range or it's going to go either towards this bottom range. So what do? You wait for confirms, right? You wait for confirms. What about now? It's the same. It's the next candle. Yeah, this is 15 minutes. It's the next candle. This is previous candle. This is the next candle. Where is it going? Still wait. You have no confirms. You don't know where it's going. Yeah, if you're saying up, are you taking a buy? Either, okay, when trading, you're doing three things. You're either waiting for confirms, you're either taking a buy, or you're taking a sell. Right? Let's look at the next candle. Look, now where are we going? Where are we going now? Where are we going? We're going down to this zone? Down, yes. What if I say, no, I'm going to take a buy and we're going up here? What will I be? I'll be an idiot, right? Yeah, exactly. Everyone says idiot. Exactly. So now look at this time. The New York session, volume, 10 a.m. Eastern, volume. So now you can have a stop loss above here. You have a confirm, okay, there's momentum now in the market. So momentum, it came a little closer, and it came a little closer. You can take a sell, go down, 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 right? What happens? Let's look at the next slide. Congratulations! You were a patient trader. You took a sell. You're waiting for confirms. Look at my stop loss. Look at the stop loss. Right? You're waiting for confirms. Because look, finally had momentum, and you can turn around and say that, oh, look, we've had a cross on EMA. This candle came down. It made a wick, right? It made a wick, but there's momentum, right? What happens in momentum? This wick got filled. Oh, look, we made another wick. Oh, look, we made another wick. But there's momentum. Now what's going to happen to momentum? The wick will get filled. Most people, what they do is when this candle forms, they're taking sells. They're not being patient to wait to see how this candle closes. Like if you took a sell over here and this candle retraced all the way up, you're fucked because you didn't wait. Right? You didn't wait. So you're waiting. Yeah, so you're waiting. Yeah, you can replay this webinar and see what these arrows point to. It's going to make much more sense then. But see the idea, you're waiting. You're waiting for momentum to shift, right? Let's go to the next slide. All right, so now this is interesting. Look, this is 15 minute, right? Look at this time, pre-New York. This hour is about to start, right? You have a bearish 15-minute candle. This 1 hour candle is over here about to start. What are you going to do? Yeah, it's going to go down. It's going to go down. It's going to go down. But what are you going to do? Personally, sell. Okay, yeah, you're going to sell. All right, so Cameron, no, everybody now saying wait for confirms, wait for liquidity wake, wait for 1 hour retracement. Perfect. We'll wait for 1 hour candle to retrace. Right? Because Peter says, wait, are you crazy? Are you crazy? You wait. Yeah. Look at this. Look. Now look, 1 hour, made this wick. We're not worried about that, okay, we're missing all these pips, right? Because now we know, okay, if momentum is down overall, now we're heading down over here. Or in the 5 minute, this looking left, we're headed down over here, or we're headed down over here. Right? Because look, on the 5 minute, these candles are closing below 14 EMA. And the trend momentum is down. Momentum is down. And you're looking at the time. Look at the time. It's pre-New York, right? It's pre-New York. And if you're looking at the 1 hour candles, let's look at 1 hour candles for a sec. This 1 hour candle, it went up, got rejected, came down. So can you visualize this current 1 hour candle to be something like this? Can you visualize this? Because this 1 hour candle hasn't ended yet. Yeah, so if you can visualize that, let's look at the next slide, right? I forgot about this meme. It's just there, but look, great success. Great success. See this? Even though you could enter on this candle, you know, to fill the range. But see what I'm saying? Look at the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute. You have candles closing below 14 EMA, momentum, pre-New York, there's momentum. When there's momentum, ranges get filled. This is a 4 hour wick on the 4 hour time frame. We had momentum, wick got filled. You entered, stop loss above 14 EMA, and you took like what, 15, 20 pips. Momentum, right? You're attacking the market when there's momentum in the market. Because that's when you know if we're moving up or we're moving down. It's not like, yeah, I don't know where we're moving. You should know where we're moving, up or down, right? Let's look at another example. All right, let's look at another example. All right, this is a little bit hard. This is a little harder. We have, either we can move over here, right? Or we can move down. Oh, someone says buy on support. Buy on support. Lower wicks, exhaustion. EMA magnet, up to zone. Bearish momentum on 1 hour. Big bearish candle. Tap 1 hour EMA and go lower. Wait, this is 1 hour. Could be pause. Listen to the monster. Wait, Alonzo Johnson, you win a golden star, my friend. You said wait. You said wait. Everyone else said do this, do that. Let's buy, let's sell, let's do analysis. Oh, fuck me. No, wait. Wait, man. You guys need to wait. Relax, wait. Let the candle tell you what it's doing. Yeah, nigga, please, you know, please, you wait. Why wait? You don't know what's gonna happen, man. That's why you wait. You know, here's what I'm thinking, okay? Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this 1 hour candle is gonna fill this wick, right? But 1 hour candle can make a retracement wick. But at the same time, on the 15 minute, I see that, okay, we had this candle over here and this big exhaustion candle, which means, yeah, we should be moving up, right? But if I'm looking at this in my first 3 months of trading, I don't know what the fuck is going on over here. So I'm just waiting, right? Because if I'm waiting for this wick to fill, this wick is 25 pips, right? And if I can enter with a confirmation on the 1 hour over here and exit right over here, I got 10, 12 pips. That's safer with confirms rather than be aggressive and enter right here and just hope, yeah, okay, we're gonna go up in this bearish trend. You know, makes sense? Gotta be smart. You got to wait. Right? So, as this guy says, plan is only a strategy. Execution is what makes it done. Now where are we going? Now you tell me where we're going. Now tell me if it's not easy to say where we're going. Exactly. Exactly. Now we're going up. Right? Now we're going up. Now we're going up. Now we're filling this wick. Now we're, yeah. So now what happens? Now your belief is stronger than your risk. Yeah, 5 minute, this is what I say, 5 minute, smaller time frame zones are weak. They are weak zones, smaller time frames. They are weak. Look at higher time frames. Right? But look on the 15. We have this wick to fill and we're moving up. We're rejecting support. Look, we're rejecting support. Some people say zone to zone. Up to fill this range over here. 1 hour looks good to fill this wick and then fall down. You guys probably have seen this happen. 1 hour goes up, fill this wick, falls down. This wick, 10, 15 pips, perfect. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yep. Let's see what happens. Oh, mamma mia. Look, you took profits in this zone. You know, you took profits in this zone. You didn't get greedy because you know that this is your take profit zone right here. And you took profits. You took profits like a big boy. You don't care where price went after this. You took profits. You know, here, wick filled, you took profits. Right? Right? Makes sense? Let's go to another zone. Let's go to another example over here now. I got a lot of examples, man. I'm the plug for examples here. All right. What's happening now? Right? What's happening now? What's happening now? I don't know what's happening. I have no idea what's happening because the reason why is because, see now, this is the example from the previous chart. Go back on momentum. But the thing is that now there are conflicting ideas, right? Because we are in a bearish trend. EMAs are 1 hour candles are below 14 EMAs. On 15-minute chart, EMAs are kind of like this, you know. So people say, oh yeah, you sell retest of 14 EMAs. And then you have this situation going over here, right? And you're like, oh, fuck, like what's happening? Right? So you just wait. Yeah, so you wait for, yeah, someone, Derek or, yeah, Mark said, wait for 15-minute candle to close. So wait for closes. Wait for closes, wait. Because here, it can reject 50 and go down, or it can continue moving up from here to 50. So you got to wait for confirmation. Hello, Audrey. Engaged ferociously. So now here, you see, it's easier to see on 5-minute time frame, right? We have this range and we have this range, right? This range or this range. Where are we headed? Where are we headed? It doesn't matter which time frame I'll take, just see where your target is. Obviously, we're headed down, right? Obviously, we're headed down because now momentum is down. And you're looking at the time is pre-New York. Magic. Right? Keep an eye on this 5-minute candle right here. This one. Look at the next one. See, it came up to tap the 14 EMA, which was a liquidity wick on the 15 EMA, which was a liquidity wick on the 1 hour candle. Right? Went down, fill this range, you take your profits, you get the fuck out. Because you're done. Right? Momentum range fill happens 3-4 times a day, but you have to train your eyes to catch it. And I always catch it midway, because that's all I need, midway. Is this on GJ? Yeah, it's on GJ. It happens on everywhere, like UJ, gold, whatever you trade, it happens in everywhere. Okay, let's look at another example. A lot of examples. These are fun, aren't they? Stop in the name of love before I break your face. That was a bad one. Okay, so what's happening over here? What are you doing? Yeah, no idea. No fucking idea what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Someone's saying higher lows. Okay, so you're taking buys? Yeah, just waiting. Just waiting. Yeah, we're just waiting. Oh, what's happening now? Look what's happening now. Where are we going? Oh, no, 1 hour down. No idea. Big thing by the town. Full margin weights. Full margin weights. Yes. Something still don't know. Still don't know. This is where, yeah, wait for 15 to close. Yeah. This is a little bit complicated, right? This is a little bit of a harder example, right? The reason why it's harder is because now if you look at the 1 hour, 1 hour pushed down, right? And now it retraced. Have you ever seen NFP happen? That NFP, it goes up ferociously and then it comes down and then it continues to go up, right? Or have you seen like daily candles, right? When Monday starts, daily candle comes down really far on Monday, Sunday, Monday, and then it like retraces a little bit. And then Wednesday, Thursday, it continues to move down. You've seen that, right? Same thing happening with 1 hour candle over here. It dropped down, retracing to continue, right? But this is a harder example. So you just, if you've seen this happen, you'll take a sell. If this is the first time you see this happen, you just wait. And then you learn, you know, that, oh, okay, oh yeah, next time it happens, okay, I'll take this. Well done. If you waited, well done. Right? But if you waited, I think this would have been your confirm right here, this 5-minute candle right here. That, okay, now we're heading down. Right? But you're always waiting for confirms. Because this 5-minute candle was 15-minute candle right over here. And then you're going down. Right? So you're riding momentum. You just need to 50% pullback. Yeah, I don't know about 50% pullback and stuff, but they happen on like I've seen them happen on 1 hour though, like 50%, 60%, whatever. Like I just visualize the pullback, but that's the thing. You're just riding momentum, right? You're riding momentum, and when you focus on your trading plan, and you really look at it, you're like, okay, I'm looking at charts during this time. You will begin to see these moves in momentum. You'll start to see them. It won't happen the first week, as I said before. Won't happen the second week. Might happen the third week. Fourth week, you're going to get it down. Because guess what's going to happen at 4 weeks? It's going to become a habit that you're following your trading plan. Right? Habits. You know, doing things haphazardly will make you an income. Remember that. Remember this always. Haphazard things will make you an income. A habit will make you a fortune. Tattoo that. Habits will make you fortunes. What's going to make you broke for life? Good habits. Okay? All right. Let's go to the next part. So what's the result of all the memes and charts, right? We've said enough. Exactly. Jim Rohn. Right? What's the result? What have we learned so far from all this? Right? we've learned is you wait for candles to close, right? You wait for candles to close. You trade the trend, right? Hunt wicks and ranges to be filled, also known as, say, zone to zone, right? You wait for confirmations, and once you see price is going to go to that point, oh boy, you take that. You take action, just like you're going to take action on your demo account, or you're going to take action on a 1 cent lot, but you take action. At least you try, you know, at least you try. But only trade at times when there's momentum in the market, session times. Only trade when there's momentum in the market, right? Now, if you recap all this information that we've gone through in your head, if you recap it, it seems pretty simple, right? It seems pretty easy. Oh yeah, you know, momentum, range, wick fill, take a sell, take a buy. It's going to get filled. We'll make pips. We'll make some dollars here and there. It looks very simple, but is it really is that simple? No, you got to repeat. Repetition is going to make it simple, right? So that's not it. You got to repeat everything every day. When you're looking at your plan, 6 to 9 or like 9 to 12 or 7 to 10, you're repeating the same thing over and over again. And the more you do it, the more things you're going to see happen in the market. And who knows, tomorrow maybe you're going to become someone who's like, oh yeah, like Noor is the master at London close, or Dean is a champion at Asian Open because he's done it for so many months. Or hey, I suck at London Open. Maybe I'll contact the fucking Peter guy because he just trades London Open and he's a champion at London Open. Maybe I can learn a few things from him because he's done it over the course of 10 months and that's all he does, London Open. You know, why are these gurus out there saying that, oh, we can teach you to be profitable at New York Open? Because that's all they fucking do, New York Open, and they're good at it, right? They're good at it. So what do you do now? Ask yourself, so what do you do now after the webinar? It's not over yet. The webinar isn't over yet. It's like that movie, right? When you think the movie's over, it's not. There's more to the movie. No simulation. No simulation. Oh, maybe you should make a trading plan. That's what you should do. You should make a trading plan, right? Will you get rich quick? No. You're not getting rich quick. Never. You're not getting rich quick. It's going to take time, you know? It's going to take time before that happens. It's going to take time. It's going to take time that you realize that, okay, I have to do this one thing on one pair over and over again for a couple of weeks. And then I might start to see things which these people see, you know, these retards who keep saying the same thing, that you need to see the same thing, you know? So that's the thing. That's what you got to do, right? So again, discipline is very important. You got to break your bad habits, man. It's the key. You got to know when you're supposed to trade. What's the time you're supposed to trade? Because if you keep looking at charts for all day long, you are a selfish asshole. Then you're taking time away from your family, you know, from your kids, from your girlfriend, from your wife, right? You can't be selfish. You gotta focus on your time to trade, and that's it. Treat it as a part-time job. Exactly. You're being selfish to your side chick too, right? Goes to my next point. Are you treating it as a part-time job? Are you? Or are you not? Right? If you're treating it as a part-time job and it's a new job and you know you're going to your job from 6 to 9, guess what happens when you start a new job? You're not good at it. So how do you get good at it? There's on-the-job training. And in trading, when you're trading from 6 to 9 every day, you're getting trained on the job every day. You're getting trained and trained. You're fucking up sometimes, but hey, you're learning because it's part of the training. You're learning every day. I can't stress this enough. Repetition. You know, whenever you're trading, what's your daily risk? What's your daily goal? Are you doing your homework at the end of the trading day? Right? Homework means once your day is done, you're going home and you're evaluating the trades you've taken. If you've taken winning trades, are you telling yourself, okay, how could I have made this trade better? Could I have waited? Could I have taken profits when it was time to take profits? Was I impatient? Right? Or was I a little bitch? These are the things you need to ask yourself. Like if you had a losing day, you need to see, okay, I had a losing day today. How could I have made this trade better? Or what would I do differently if this situation came about again tomorrow or the next day or the day after? What would I do differently? Right? When you have these things written down, they become your weapons, right? And then you start using these weapons. Someone asked me, 6 to 9 Eastern? No. Make up a trading plan. Make up what time suits you best. I have people saying, man, I'm going to trade from 7 to 10, but I got to take my kid outside, or I got to do this and that. Man, if you have a part-time job, are you telling your boss that you're going to go and, do something else? No, you're not. You're not going to do that. So make sure you know what time you can allot to the charts. Right? Because this part-time job can become your full-time job. Someday, it might happen if you have the correct disciplines, if you repeat everything, Discipline in life is very important, man. I'm going to tell you straight up, Forex can make you feel like shit. It can make you feel like something you've never felt before. I'm telling you this right now. Very important. If you stay disciplined, you have the world in your grasp. I'm telling this. So true, so important, such an important concept. You need to take this seriously. I know a lot of people who say we make this seriously, but they don't. They don't. Oh, it's going to make you lose your erections if you're not disciplined. I'm telling you that right now. iPhone. Discipline is so, so important. I can't stress this enough. That's why I had this twice here. Like, discipline, discipline, discipline. All right. So let's go towards the IQ test. IQ test, inbound. How much dirt is in a 2 by 2 by 2 hole in the ground? How much dirt? Eight. The hole is empty. That's good. 0. Perfect. 2 by 2 is 4 by 2 is 8. 8 is the correct answer. All right. Next question. Which side of your body is your left hand on when you're looking in the mirror? Perfect. Right side. So far, we're winning. Next question. How many planets are there in the solar system? Oh, 9 gets the right answer, and 8. Oh, fuck off. Uranus. Next question. Is your computer time correct? Because this is very important when you're looking at session times. This is important. Some people send me charts at New York close, and then I say to check the time. They don't know what the time it is. Make sure our clocks are set right. What color is the bottom of a rainbow? Does this matter? In trading, does this matter? It's violet. It's violet. A farmer has 20 sheep and all but 15 die. How many sheep are left? I don't even know the answer to this question. So I'm going to wait because it's consolidation time. Yeah, so I'm going to wait. All right, the most important question coming right up. Who's Raja and who is Rakil? One is a myth and one is a person. We don't know. We don't know. Who are these two people? Alter ego. All right, perfect. So we have survived these sessions. Questions. We are open for questions. There are no stupid questions. No, 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 no. No, there are no stupid questions. But okay. Uh, is the 5 minute strong enough for confirm? Yes. If 5 minute is moving towards the area you're targeting and you see it, the same thing happen on 15 and 1 hour, if it all aligns, then yes, it's a great confirm. Why put stop loss at break even when it can be 10 pip stop loss? You can put stop loss at break even when you have reached your daily goal and you have really when you've bagged your profits. Once you've bagged your daily profits and you have one position running, you can put that at break even. You know, because saying that I'm gonna have the stop loss at 10 pips, even if it goes to my zone, is like, okay, you're accepting that it might hit your stop loss, right? So never let price hit your stop loss once it goes into profits. Never let profits turn into losses. Always protect. Is Forex short from foreign exchange? It's LMAO, not LMBO. Excellent webinar. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is 300 to 400% margin okay? Ask yourself. If you have a 300% margin, how much are you risking? What would you have in a trading checklist? You need to rewatch the webinar and make a trading plan. How do I get into the drive and chats now? I feel like this is a stupid question. Yes, look at Dwight and ask him that question. It's gonna all happen in a methodical way after this webinar is ended, because I cannot do anything when I'm in the webinar. On EMA retest, would 5 minutes be a confirm for entries? Yes, it isn't confirmed for entry. It's also good on 15 minutes too, but you have to see where the price is in that session. Can you provide an example on 5 minute versus 15 minute versus 5 minute? I had 11 examples on that. Are EMAs needed? It's up to you. Do you think they're needed? Again, make up a trading plan and show your mentor your trading plan. Mental stop loss of 3 pip, okay, since momentum changed. 3 pip, no. If you are a really good, consistent trader, then you can use the 3 pip stop loss. You know, then you can use a 3 pip stop loss. But if you're new, if you're not consistent, I wouldn't say use a 3 pip stop loss. And make a trading plan. And if you're using a 3 pip stop loss and you're saying I'm risking $50, then maybe you're using a bigger lot on the 3 pip stop loss to risk $50. If your stop loss is 10 pips, you're risking $50, then maybe your lot size is a lot smaller. Makes sense? Because it's based on your pips and, like, you know. Could you talk about how you take positions? Like, do you do market execution? Yes, Harpreet, I do market execution. And I think we've done a lot of New York session webinars, and we'll continue to do so. So you actually see what we do, like what I do. EMA not needed, it's up to you. Yeah, EMAs are all up to you. Peter side, after boxing chill, is it best to wait for retest or better to enter after breakout? It's best to wait for a retest, but normally you can kind of sense it going that way, right? Like once you see, here's the beauty of following your plan and seeing things happen again and again. Over time, what you're going to realize is that you can sense it going in the direction. Like you just have that intuition, like that little voice in you that says, oh boy, it's going over there. It's going over there, right? That's the Holy Grail. Like when you start seeing things over and over again, that you have this intuition in you that tells you something's about to happen. Draw zones on the daily and 4 hour, then refine them on the 1 hour. Yes. Top to bottom, top to bottom. Okay, what is a good brick of time Eastern to trade London Open? What is a good brick of time to Eastern trade London Open? Make a trading plan and put your time over there. And it's basically what you see, what works for you, right? Now guys will be asking me questions, what time should I trade? It's based on what you feel is right? Because when you're telling me or asking what times you should trade, this means is that you're looking for a quick way out, right? You're looking to see, okay, if Raja or if Vakar or if Ted says, hey, just trade in these 3 hours, you're going to be good. It doesn't mean you're going to make profits the first day, because you're going to look at that time. The next day, you're going to look at some other time. The next day, you're going to look at some other time. Then you're going to be a monkey chasing its own tail, not knowing what the fuck to do, right? So when you choose a time, you need to look at that time and just focus on that fucking time, right? And just really drill in your mind that this is the time I have to look at every day. And in 2-3 weeks, I will begin to see the moves. Because if you don't approach trading with that mindset, bruh, you're wasting your time, you're wasting my time, and you're wasting everyone else's time in the group who you're asking questions to. I'm telling you this straight up right now. I don't fuck around. I don't bullshit. I tell it how it is, and that's exactly what's going to happen. That happened to me. I was running around everywhere looking at the things that other people were doing or telling me to look at times and this and that. But what worked for me was I chose a time. In my group, we demolish Asian session like nothing, because we've been trading Asian session for the last 1.5 years. And when you do something for 1.5 years, for 3 hours every day, you become a master at it. Of course, you're going to fail the first few 6-7 times, but ultimately you're going to be a master at it, right? So don't ask me what time. I'm here to coach you. Like if you have problems, if let's say you're having a hard time looking at your session, then yeah, send me charts at the end of the day. We're going to go over those charts. But you have to commit to that thing. Commit to that time. Right? There's nothing that cheeses me more than that. All right, let's go to the next question. Do you TP if candle hasn't closed in the middle of the meat of the trade? Yeah, I TP when I feel like, okay, you know what? This is maybe time for me to exit. Because sometimes you just know that you should exit now, and now I just exit. Before, I used to just like kind of wait around, but I found out that I was losing pips. So now whenever I feel uncomfortable, I exit the trade. Thanks for taking time to do this. Tone of information provided. You're welcome. Thanks, Raja. You're welcome. You're welcome. Abel, if you go back to the example with the cat Mimi, you'll notice that the wick of the bullish candle before the big drop is lower than the previous candle. Can you consider it also to confirm the way going down? Let's go to the cat Mimi. The cat meme. It's a meme, right? Okay, cat meme. You'll notice that the wick of the bullish candle before the big drop is lower than the previous wick. No, not that. It's going to be, it's purely on visualizing the 4 hour. It's purely on what I've seen happening. But if you go next, right, then you get your confidence later on. Can you also talk about your first year of live trading? I lost $130,000 in trying to do what someone else was doing and trying to learn what someone else was learning and trying to copy someone else. I lost a whole bunch of money. But when I really focused on, okay, I need to just focus on, let's say, Asian or one thing, I just need to focus on that and believe that over time this will work for me. It worked. It worked for me. How do you know it is how do you know it is the intuition? How do you tie your laces? Do you think about tying your laces? I bet when you were 5-year-old, you thought about tying your laces. making a bow and up and over and loop and all that shit. No. But now you can be doing 1,000 different things and still tie your laces, not knowing you tied your laces. That's intuition. How did that intuition come about? Repetition. You repeated tying your laces so much that now you can do it with your eyes closed. Same thing with trading. Sometimes Asian session, I just know with my eyes closed where it's going to go. Because why? Because repetition. No matter how many questions you ask, you can ask questions all day long, but repetition is the only thing that's going to answer all those questions. What margin percentage do you use? It doesn't matter what margin percentage do I use. How would you trust in your intuition? What was your experience? How did that develop? It developed by looking at the same things over and over again. Over and over again. Repeatedly. Same things over. The market is not going to do something new. It's going to do the same thing. And I just do the same thing every day. Catch a momentum. Okay, if there's a zone to fill or zone to touch or a wick to fill or a range to fill, okay, fuck, we're going over there. Because I've seen it happen over and over again. Repetition. Yeah, don't be a monkey. Trust your thoughts. Laura, your best attitude. Great webinar. Thank you. What pairs are best to trade at what time? Make a trading plan. Make a trading plan. For you, it could be USD CAD, USD JPY, GBP JPY, GBP USD, USD ZAR, USD Ruble. It's up to you. If you're asking what time to trade, what's the best time, go to the start of the webinar, go to the point when I talk for an hour about trading plan and what time to choose, and you're going to know what time you should choose and what time you should focus on. How does one join your group? My group is not special. I'm special. I coach you on your trading. I tell you how it is. What point do you leave the full-time job and doing trading? I left my job when I won my first trade. I thought I can do this, but I know I failed miserably. If I feel comfortable making a trade just by looking at the hourly, 4 hours, should I continue doing so? Yes, you should continue doing that. And you should work every day on try to perfect that. Right? Because this is how it started. I traded wick fills, and I knew, fuck, I can trade wick fills and make money every day. Oh, I just focused on wick fills. And then I focused on the greater market structure. Okay, wicks get filled, then let's look at ranges. Ranges get filled too. Now look over here, range get filled. Right? Let's look back. Let's look back. See, range get filled. Then focus on that, and slowly it became repetitive. If I feel comfortable making a trade by just looking at the forex, yep. What is safe stop loss for 10 pips TP? 10 pips is still fine. 10 pips is still fine, but know this right now. It won't happen in the first week. If you're taking more than 2-3 trades in the first week, it's not going to happen for you. Just focus on 1 or 2 trades a day. I say for new guys, start with 1 trade a day. Just 1 trade. Man, when I started, I was taking 1 trade. 1 trade every day. Generally speaking, if I know every trade is a little different, but how many pips do you set your stop loss at? I mentioned this 10 times, Harpreet. Take notes. People who are asking repetitive questions, they did not take any notes. They watched this webinar like a fucking movie. So respect my time and take notes. Do you trade UJ and GJ? I trade GJ and I trade UJ in Asian session. How long do you take to be profitable? It took me 9-10 months. To become of elite level research, suggest 10 hours and 10,000 hours of deliberate practice. Exactly, Ryan. Ryan, you got this right on point. For something to work for you, it takes 10,000 hours of deliberate practice, repetition. You know, if you want to ride a unicycle, are you going to go read books on how to ride a unicycle? Are you going to read on what angle should you posture your back at to ride a unicycle? Are you going to read like on what angles to pedal on a unicycle? No, you're going to grab a unicycle and start riding. And you're going to fall a bunch of times. And then after a few weeks, you might start writing it correctly. That's exactly how trading is. But you're going to have a coach there right by you, helping you, giving you tips. But you got to do it all on your own. Remember that. How would I confer on time for GMT? You can't. It's built in. Took 6 pages of notes. You are great, iPad. 6 pages, 8 pages. Very nice. I took so many notes that my pencil broke. Perfect. Get a sharpener. Excellent webinar. You're welcome. Full margin at no point, mentor. Never again. Nope. Fuck full margin. Full margin is bad. Right? So now what's going to happen is this. Perfect. So the recording will be in your mentors drives. Everyone who joined me, you're going to be placed in groups in the next couple of hours. And if you don't have access to the drive, just put your email in the group you were put in, the intern group. Perfect. Awesome, guys. Have a great day. Have a great weekend, right? Make your trading plans and let's get this shit started.